closed. Well, you can be it exists. Do they help with my AI?
What extension?
Oh, good. AI is even better. It's live.
No, I don't think it's. I mean, for its purpose, this is the thing which you can do. And Pro, I have already a skeleton. Having the thing, so I put that together with the drafts we have in the context. It's like, yeah. And then guiding you towards something. It's. I think it does a fair job of it. I'm definitely willing to.
Absolutely, really does.
How far I really with it.
Keystream's looking at 2 or 3 things. It's looking at a bunch of post-quantum cryptography challenges, which in some respects are straightforward. If you have a TLS session, you can open
So what do we have for this one?
safe.
Always,
We're looking to extend the city.
New joining fetch. Or maybe.
Signing process to well, no, to be post-quantum. We have this slide, how you can use sequence and MOQ as a contribution.
I'll put it all in the first.
And precisely for challenging that
J sessions.
behavior conditions. So, I put a live report in the field. Most of
what we need today.
say most important channel maybe is CTPA signatures. The IDR frames and the rest of the
So this morning we need switch CTs, so Ali's presentation, Mo's slides, Cullen's slides, and then some of the.
kind of agnostic.
And then just the
Because it sits on top. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, and it gives you nice, clean representations of how you talk about those and how you reason about. Whereas something like transport stream, you either guess it or you don't. It's very
Okay. If you heard about it,
yeah. We were one of the. We were remote, actually a little too early, because the spec is still quite fast. Yeah, if you were here 2.5, 3 years ago. So as I say, it will, yeah.
See you. Stopping by.
Yeah.
Are you close to London?
Winchester's about an hour out of the train, so. And it comes up to Waterloo. Yeah.
Welcome to
The inner centre.
you bring in converts you will, so we can demoralize them. Get their hopes up and bring it in.
Bring them in, wandering through all the wall. And what is nice?
It's nice that we have no funding drops.
Right, for somebody.
Then you have Ali, then you have then you take marathon.
Then she's not.
Yes. I wonder if it's just better.
Well, Colin to go first.
Yeah, but it,
No, he wants to be nice.
Okay.
essentially transparent to not.
Well, maybe ask Ali, Alan to you after.
Not
Or should I ask him to do?
especially in the
It's not ridiculous.
Back in work yesterday. Yeah, I remember which one it was.
The other thing we like not for a lot. It delivers.
You know, he hadn't run away from me so far so quickly last night. It's like we didn't turn it back to get after the talking about that.
But agnostic to what it's about. So, for example, if it's technology, because I can have people. I don't have to just have us as a. Yeah, or see, or because again, with monitoring typically you both ends. So the two areas where we think not is really today. Actually, on enough, it's not that they're trying to do it. Because of the space. Yeah, well, yes, I think you were on. Yeah, we were on.
Yeah, sorry, I mean, the secure objects list, I didn't realize it.
No, they did that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like separation of sessions, which.
Yes. I have I rejected it in my brain because I hit it so much.
Yes, I have like a year-old so like I'm thinking this is less screwed, but it's not me.
And then obviously on reduced this top end stuff. And I didn't, but I'm not 100%.
Okay,
Yeah.
just therefore.
Yeah.
That was great. I don't have.
I put this, yeah.
Okay, so reserve discussion.
Yeah.
That's great.
So we put this, yes, to the, I have all the slides. Yes. The slides now are uploaded.
It's generally not less true. People are like, oh. You're at that. Well, I mean, like, I don't care if it's like whatever. Not true every time.
And you're off to doing the SMJ this weekend, no?
I don't know what that means yet. Told me all that to shut up.
Better than ahead. 2 weeks ago, it was 33 successes. Yeah, so when it was
We're beginning in 2 minutes.
What slides are you?
Oh, yes.
What?
Oh, it's
For multiple slides are you?
Yeah, basic information.
Yeah, well, we'll have to upload, I think, document in the other section.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to duplicate out the slides in both places, and then the adopted draft slides will definitely not be this morning, so you can just put those in the afternoon section. So, privacy pass, MSF, secure objects, lock. We're not gonna have lock, but. Oh, those. Shoot. I think I wanted secure objects before privacy. That's the one I screwed up. All right, we can bash that. Sit in the back. So we got more attendees than advertised. More attendees than anticipated. Because I remember counting charity at Tuesday or Wednesday, and thinking, oh, we were like had plenty of extras.
Yeah, we shuffled some chairs.
Cool. All right, good morning, everyone. This is the beginning of day 2 of the Over QUIC interim. Those of you who are new, welcome. We're going to jump right into it. This is the IETF note well. We actually do have new people here, so I'll run through it very briefly. IETF note well is a collection of policy documents that explain the intellectual property implications to you attending here at IETF, as well as outlining some of our code of conduct. If you're unfamiliar with these documents, I encourage you to type note well into your favorite search engine and read up on some of these details. Okay, meeting logistics. We had a few hiccups today, basically because we were unfamiliar using MeetEcho in a hybrid interim environment, but I think those will be ironed out today. I encourage all of you, whether or not you're remote or present or present here, to log into MeetEcho, partly because you will need to do it for various queuing functions, but also it registers your attendance here for the so-called blue sheets, as well as giving you access to the chat. So there are numerous ways to log in. Possibly the easiest one is to use your device to scan that QR code on the left screen there, which will give you access to the light client and will not serve you the video of the meeting you're physically attending, but will give you the chat and other functions that you need. Alternatively, you could go to the data tracker page, datatracker.ietf.org, and look for upcoming meetings, or go to the MOQ working group page, and that will give you a link to the full client that runs on your laptop. If you do run the full client, please mute your speaker, or else we will hear an echo of everything we say here coming out of your speaker.
There should be a link somewhere. I only see the full
QR code. Okay, so we're going to have the queuing work more or less like we did yesterday. We're going to allow some amount of spontaneous discussion here. If you just have a quick response, a quick question, and there's not a queue building, just go ahead and just speak out. Obviously, if you're remote, you're gonna have to raise your hand using the raise your hand button on the tool. I think the principle that I think we've come up with is if you feel like you need to raise your hand here because things are backing up, just raise your hand in the tool. It's just be way easier than trying to manage a list on a whiteboard or anything. So that's what we're going to do queuing. If you are remote and you choose to speak, I strongly encourage you to put on a headset. The echo cancellation properties of mute echo are not great, and we'll have to mute you aggressively if you're participating in a back and forth conversation. There's about 1 second or so lag when you unmute yourself, so do that a little bit before you plan to speak if you're a remote attendee. This is today's agenda. There's going to be quite a bit of MOQ time, in keeping with our theme of trying to get through as many of the majority of the MOQ outstanding issues we have. But before we get there, we're going to talk a little bit about top-end DTS and switch work that has been presented over the last 4 weeks or so. Some updates on that, some follow-ups, and some outstanding issues. Then we're going to have MOQ. We're going to have a lunch where you're going to have to go out on the economy and find your own food. And then at 2:30, we're gonna talk about some of we're gonna have a hard stop at 2:30 because of one of our MOQ editors leaving, and then we're going to spend the remainder of the time, now 90 minutes or so, talking about some of the other adopted drafts we have. I made a mistake here. I believe we're gonna do secure objects before privacy pass. I think that's what we discussed yesterday. I don't know why I typed the opposite there. So Suhas, like at best, we'll get about 10 minutes. And given how we go, you may not get any time at all. And thank you for being flexible with that. I want to thank all of our all of the authors of those drafts for being very understanding about maybe punting some issues to later, so we can really focus on MOQ this week, which has been great because I think we're all waiting for that document to finally head home. No, not really. I mean, I think MOQ is going to fill the time allotted, and I'm going to, unusually for this meeting, I'm going to be pretty strict about the deadlines on those early issues, so we can start at 11:15, and then we'll go until we run out of time. But if we start with MOQ, we're not going to get off MOQ. That's kind of how this goes, right? And so I want to make sure these other people have an opportunity. Would anyone like to back this agenda as I'm eating into my English this time? Okay. With that, I'm going to stop talking, and Mike will talk about how interim went this week.
I am not logged in yet. Mike English, Cloud Fair. This is the interim report for this interim. Our interim target this time was around 18. Here is what the latest results from the automated interim test runner look like. We still have a good number of failures that are not necessarily protocol related, but just kind of setup related. So we continue those types of issues. And a number of things scale again because of building images and those types of things. So we're working through things, but we have 16 tests that ran at target, meaning at the draft version that we're targeting, and a number of other tests that ran for previous draft versions. This is a very small picture of a lot of tests that were run. If we zoom in to some of these, I can do in a moment. You can see a bit more detail about what the tests are and what draft versions, the different implementations negotiated. These are some of the specific tests that were done with draft 18. And because there's been some kind of pushback on putting things in the automated test runner immediately on, kind of our first rev of doing interop testing on the new version, I also started a wiki page to kind of collect the ad hoc interop reports. Previously, we had a spreadsheet that was somewhere in between these two approaches. And we were trying to be meticulous about defining test cases and then people self-reporting, but there was a lot of ambiguity about what the test cases really meant and inconsistency in reporting. So I felt like that was kind of a false sense of precision that we had in that spreadsheet. So the goal is still to get as much as possible into the automated test runner so that we have structured, formalized results. We can tell exactly what version of what software ran which test that was specified, and we can get something concrete from that. But I think it may be useful to also kind of collect this type of information. That's just kind of people running whatever they're able to run, and noting what worked and what didn't work. So 2 questions to discuss. Should we keep draft 18 as the interop target for Vienna? I am suggesting yes. And 2, how can we make the automated test runner better or easier to use?
On the second one, maybe it's already there and not checked yet. It's easy to interop run a web client into the interop runner. I think that is one of the things that we want to.
Yes, that's a good point. That is a limitation that we still have. We don't have a good way to drive web-based clients in the interop runner at present.
The second question is that most of the interop is a runner the way it comes to is that we are checking for the signaling and things going. At some point, we should also think about if I have a file that sends to media, because some of the things that I was trying to interpret in the work was seeing the video. At some point, not right now, figure out how do we get some of those.
Right. Yeah. So the long-term goal would be to actually have a way to test, further up the stack to media that's going from one implementation to another, or through a relay and back to a client.
I was going through draft 18, and I haven't actually read the draft since 14, and I just reading diffs, right? I read it, and I think I was sort of roughly counting, somewhere between 50 and 70 sort of what I viewed as sort of features or functionality things in draft 18. I think we're at the point as we're starting to get closer to working group last call, we should start identifying all the sort of features, and then somehow, and I'm looking for your guidance on it, having a spreadsheet to check that we have, how many implementations of this do we have, or any, or whatever, do they work, because I think a lot of our testing here is like, yeah, basic stuff works.
Yes. And let me actually dig into that a little bit. So these tests, what they end up running, if we zoom into one of these tests, these self-tests, this is us against different implementation. So we get a couple of tests that pass against the Lorenzo's implementation, for example. So we're able to exchange setup, but this test that's called publish namespace only fails. And this test that has subscriber. So the idea is that there are these specified test cases, and these are specified in the repo here. So in docs tests, this test cases file has each of the tests that are implemented, specified. So there's different features and how you exercise that systematically. So the idea is that we would write down like, okay, here's this feature, here's how we want to test that it's implemented, and the test client implements this algorithm, and says I'm going to send this and expect that. And so right now we only have a handful of tests. That was to kind of incentivize people to implement test clients and kind of get the basic framework in place first. I think we're now at the point where we want to expand the number of test cases to start to flesh out and say, okay, what kind of feature coverage do we have?
Alan's in the queue.
Yeah, I got him to answer your questions. I think that keeping 18 for Vienna is absolutely the right call. I think like since we started going to every other, I felt like it's gone better for two reasons. One, I mean, the interrupt that we got on 18 was like, to this point was kind of abysmal. And I think in our second go at it, it'll be much more complete. A lot of people have aspirations, they might make it over the line and know what they need to do, they'll keep chasing. And it also sort of gives us a draft where we can put some stuff in that we think we want, and then some people who are very aggressive, they go and implement one of those odd drafts, learn something about, oh, actually this thing, you probably don't want it. And then you get a chance to pull it out before everybody's into it. I'm kind of thinking along those lines for some subject yesterday. Let's see if we can get it into a team, get a little early feedback. Don't have to necessarily fully commit. So I think that's a good pattern. And I think on the how can we make interrupt runner better, I definitely think that where Colin is going is like, yeah, we need to get from, we have 5 tests and we need to get to 70, like, or whatever. Like, and I don't know, like that's a lot, like given that we're all we're implementing the spec, like I'm not sure how many people want to like sit and think about what do those 70 test cases look like? And then everybody has to write their interrupt client also to get those 70 tests.
Right. And I want to think through kind of how do we write the tests that have the most value first and kind of sequence those things in a way that like makes sense, because I don't think we want to like have somebody go off and spec 70 tests and then everybody's like on the hook to implement 70 tests.
And I guess I also, so like, if I understand correctly, the tests that are there today are primarily control group tests. And like the tool that I wrote in like November is like entirely data plan tests.
Yeah.
Right? There's like tests, like all the features of it. It's 41 different tests against like the different things you can do in the data plan, diagram subgroups, different bits of the subgroup patterns. So I mean, trying to find a way to converge that might be good. So because like we found, like I don't know, Sulas and I interrupt, we found a lot of like, oh, like it works when the extensions bit is on, but not when it's off, and like those kinds of little.
It's just one byte error.
It's only one byte, yeah. No, I mean, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. I'm just saying, like, those there's a lot of bits and bobs in that as well. That if you haven't tested, you probably.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. We're out of time. Next up is Ollie. He's going to present his test results. Can you get that? Also note that at least 3 of you have not signed into the Meet Echo. Please do so if you're not already. If you're new, you may need a day tracker account, which takes a little bit of time to get, but it's instantaneous once you do it. But you go click through this stuff. So please do that. I can see there are 22 people here and 19 have signed up, and that assumes nobody is remote.
Okay. Good morning. I am Ali from Eugene University, and there are some results from my students. And this study was conducted just before switch proposal came in, so that's not really included here.
Ollie, can you go into presentation mode?
Better?
Yes.
All right. So let's get into it. So the way we have done these studies, so we have a subscriber side track switching, and more specifically, it is subscriber initiated and relay executed switch. And then on the other hand, one version of DTS where the relay is actually doing the switch for us. So we delegate the relay to do the track switching for us. In the first paradigm, subscriber-initiated track switching, we have 3 methods: forward state logging, so forward 0 or 1, joining fetch approach, and the switch message. And this switch message is pretty close to what Grendel has in his PR, but not identical. But the methodology is more or less the same. That's something we have shown before. In this case, well, on the subscriber side, the relay actually, since it doesn't know the catalog, it has no visibility into what tracks are related. So you need to let the relay know about this with your request. And the subscriber must manage the timing by itself because it can't really know the positions of the tracks on the relay. So if you are going to switch from track A to track B, how they are aligned, whether there is some latency between them or not, the subscriber doesn't know that. On the other hand, if you go to the DTS approach, so the relay actually, again, doesn't know which tracks are related, so you need to let the relay know about this. But the timing now can be managed by the relay because it knows exactly where the group boundaries are and the positions of the individual tracks. Now, we would like to have a seamless switch, and by seamless switch, we mean no stalls during the switch, so hopefully no frame stalling, frame repeating. No gaps, this is also important because especially when the tracks are actually, they have some position issues, like one track is really ahead of another track, there could be some gaps. We call them skips, and this is irrecoverable missing content. So you just jump a bunch of frames, and this is undesirable as well. And lastly, no wasted data. We don't want to have any redundant traffic because some of these methods will introduce redundant traffic as well. Especially when you are downshifting because of some bandwidth issues, traffic duplication is really bad, and you want to avoid that. So I need to tell you about the test bed first, because if you kick off for every scenario, there will be really a lot of different scenarios. So we try to grab the most important cases. So we have two tracks here. So this is a simulated switch, track A and B, and we do switches between A and B. Track A is 720p, 2.5 megabits per second synthetic history, and track B is 1080p, so high resolution, 4 megabit high bitrate synthetic video stream. Okay, the gaps are 25 frames and 1 second duration, and the jitter buffer on the player side is half a second, 500 milliseconds. So we test with A to B, B to A, and different types of positions in a lot of different tests. Now, the scenarios we are looking at, first the track alignment scenarios. In this case, whether the tracks are aligned on the relay at the time of switch, or whether one track is ahead of the other track. It could be they could be sync, or 1 second apart, or 2 seconds apart. 2 seconds apart means like there are two groups between them. Okay. And in the other scenario, we limit the bandwidth. So in the first case, the bandwidth is not limited, so it's just a track alignment reality. The second, there's a bandwidth limitation, and we have chosen these bandwidths carefully. 4.5 means track B is going to make it, track A is going to make it, but both of them, if they are sent both of them at the same time, they are not going to make it, right? It is less than the summation of both tracks. 3 megabits per second, only track A is going to make it, and 7 megabits per second is something sufficient for both tracks to be transmitted. So different scenarios. And the last scenario is downstream delay. So if your switch request, or somehow from relay to your subscriber, the delay is significant, we are testing that as well. So half a second in this case. So it's maybe it's an exaggeration, but maybe it's really a too far relay, and that's where we are switching from. And the metrics we are looking at: switching delay, so how quickly I can switch; stall duration, whether I only stall during the switch; skip duration, whether I skip any content; and finally, average access traffic ratio. And we really would like to have this as small as possible. And this is a normalized value. 1 means 1 block of traffic has been redundant. 2 means twice the block duration traffic has been redundant. So forward state toggling, subscriber subscribes to both tracks, track A and B, right? At the switch time, we are going to send 2 request updates, 1 and 0, to switch on the relay side. There is no coordination, and totally this is 3 control messages. The risks are gaps or duplicate data, depending on where how the tracks are aligned. Joining fetch is using a fetch message to the buffer of the pass groups. Subscriber first checks the largest object metadata to decide whether it needs to fetch or not. And depending on this, 3 to 5 control messages. So there is more control traffic in this case, and there are some corner cases where this miserable fails. And the switch message is the atomic message. You tell, I want to switch from this track to this track, and the relay finds the appropriate group, and it's exactly one control message. The idea is to have 0 gap, 0 overlap, 0 redundant traffic. But one problem with the switch message, at least in our implementation, is if the relay cannot find an appropriate switch position, it will time out, and then it will send an error message. So this table is describing what we have, and in terms of number of control messages, delivery gap, redundant traffic, and boundary alignment, switch is clearly the winner. Now let's look at some numbers. I haven't included all the results, so just a few of them to simplify this presentation. But if you don't understand anything, just let me know. So on the left-hand side, skip the right table for now, just focus on the first table on the left. This is just a track alignment scenario, and bandwidth is not limited, so we have unlimited bandwidth. When the tracks are in sync, so they arrive at the same time to the relay, the switching delay for forward toggling is about half a second. But that's also half a drop redundant traffic. If there is 2 seconds, the target is 2 seconds ahead. We are switching from A to B. That B is 2 seconds ahead, then the delay is still comparable, and then the redundant traffic is the same. But then obviously there will be skips, right? Joining fetch, has similar delay, but no excess traffic, but it skips the one block, and the switch method has a bit less delay, switching delay, and far less switching delay in the second case because the data is already there and no redundant traffic. Now, this is again, bandwidth is not the issue. The client might be switching for another purpose, for another reason, and these are the results that we get from these 2 methods. Now, if you look at the right table, this is where the bandwidth is limited, but the tracks are in sync. So we are trying to, fix the other conditions while we are playing with the others. So A to B, remember, A is 2.5 megabits per second, and B is 4 megabits per second. And A to B is an upshift, and the bandwidth is 4.5. So it is easy. It is also easy to get B, but you cannot get A plus B at the same time. So forward toggling is going to have about half a second switching delay, and there will be redundant traffic. But when you switch from B to A, even though they are in sync, that's because of the bandwidth, the delay is going to increase to 7 seconds. This is extremely advanced switch because we are switching at 7 seconds. 4.5 seconds of that 7 seconds is a stall. We are missing a lot of content and we are just stuck. Joining fetch also has a very large delay, almost 5 seconds, and then there's a very significant duplicate traffic because it can't really keep up with the switch. And then when switching from B to A, so we are downshifting at a lower bandwidth, again, the delay is significant. The switch message has a good delay when you are switching from A to B, so you are upshifting and the bandwidth is sufficient, but you are not really introducing any extra traffic because the bandwidth is sufficient and you know where the boundaries are. But when you are downshifting at 3 megabits per second, there is also a delay. So that's really a bad condition for any of these scenarios, and there is excessive traffic there too. Any questions so far? Yes.
I don't understand the forward. So It's a limited bandwidth. Prediction A is 4 megabits. Prediction B is 3 megabits. Then
A is 2.5, B is 4 megabits.
sure. Okay. What I'm talking about is B to A, 3 megabits. So 4.5 to 3.
So from the relay to the client, the subscriber, the bandwidth is 4.5, and the track bandwidths are 2.5 and 4.
Yeah. So basically, the byte is 4.5, and the biggest is 4. So it means if it's a forward toggling, if I understand properly, then there is no bandwidth overlap because you are downloading 4, and then there is a point in the future that you say, hey, now I want 3.
Yeah.
I don't understand why there is a store and why there is a delay, because that bandwidth should fit. You change the pipe is 4.5, you're changing from 4 to 3. There is no overlap, so bandwidth is never higher than 4.5. So why that is not a clean switch?
You're asking about the right top corner, right?
Exactly.
B to A. Let's see.
Because you're switching from a high bit rate that can't compete at the 3 megabit per second.
No, but it's a forward. So I'm downloading 4.5. Sorry, I'm downloading 4.
But you can't download 4 because you only got 3. So every second you're backing up another second.
So the pipe is 4.5. I'm downloading 4 and everything.
No,
the pipe is 3.
Right, the pipe is 3. Is that from the beginning of the experiment?
Yeah.
Maybe it's the small pipe. So none of the solutions.
That is what I mean.
So it's just about minimizing the damage.
Okay. I thought the pipe was 4. That's why.
Yeah.
So the bandwidth was sufficient. You were at track A, but now it is 3. So you need to switch from B to A. So it's an enforced.
Did you affect the switch as soon as the bandwidth changed from 4 to 3, or is there a delay in detecting when it, because you wouldn't be at 4 if it was, you had 3. That never works.
We sent the switch right at that time.
Immediately. And
Yeah,
it still takes 7 seconds.
It took 7 seconds to
Because it's got to finish the segment it was sending.
yes.
Till it can send the next one.
What are you measuring? What is the number that we see, the delays in this?
Switching delay is by the time you make the switch request and by the time the new track plays.
What do you mean by track place? The first object of the track? You
Yes.
see the first byte of the desired track?
Correct.
It has to be object 0.
Yes.
Okay, I think it's because that means there's data queued at the relay to send.
Correct.
And when you switch to forward, it doesn't affect any of that queued data.
Yes.
So I thought about that too when I was writing a switch from, and that's why I added that. Not only do you, when you switch even in hard mode, when you switch forward, you cancel any queued data you haven't sent yet on the old track. And that'll get your delay down
Yes.
if you add that extra step.
Yeah, there are 2 points to mention. First, if you switch immediately when the bandwidth is low, it's not completely realistic because usually you check your buffer, and you wait, and it makes the distribution even worse.
Correct.
So, but this is something that you might improve. Second, did you use the minimum group switch in the switch
Do we use
message?
what?
The minimum group target or something?
No.
Because it's a way to say stop the current group because I'm screwed and start the.
No, this implementation we don't have.
From a client point of
There's
view,
a queue.
instead of a 7
There's a
seconds
queue.
full.
There's a queue. Colin?
I mean, look, your conclusion a few slides from now, I totally agree with, okay, so I don't want this to be taken as something, but I think this is a topic that's caused a lot of confusion when we've been talking about these types of measurements, is there's different ways to do relays. So I think one relay design is you queue up a whole bunch of data into the QUIC stack, and when there's congestion, it sits there and you keep spending, like after the switch happens or whatever, you leave that in your QUIC stack still going. And then there's an implementation where anything that hasn't actually been sit on the wire, you don't put things into the QUIC stack until the CWIN opens. And you do, at the point that the CWIN opens, you look at all your priorities and what you have to send, what's forward switched on, what's switched off. and you don't put it in the quick stack until the CWIN opens. And those give you very, very different results for this type of experiment, right? And it's totally a quality of relay implementation issue. So you've got to be really careful. I think when we're talking about this, we need to be, well, whatever. I mean, it dramatically changes results like this. Switch will always be better in both cases. I'm not good at this. I don't want to differ the results, but like if you had the other type of quicks, if you had to get relay implementation that was different, you would end up with a very different number on this one number we're talking about right here. And like almost all of the data that I've seen presented on this conversation has come from relays that have a lot of data queued in the quick stack and don't remove it when it is no longer with the prioritization algorithm. And our draft, transport, which I think is correct, it doesn't specify what you have to do on this. It's intentionally vague on this because different implementations are going to have to do different things. And it doesn't break the functionality of the protocol. It just changes the quality of the implemented performance. Yeah. So I don't think that this draft should mandate that you have to do it this way or that way, because some quick stacks it's impossible to do it with.
We were putting some guidelines or maybe suggestions.
But it makes a huge difference to exactly the performance issue.
Victor?
I'm not sure I 100% agree, because, like, okay, there are two ways you can communicate your data like, there are three ways, basically, fundamentally, two ways you can communicate data like this. It's like QUIC has resets and priorities.
No, just that has nothing to listen carefully to what I said on this. Okay, let's step on this. And so I understand reset priorities, and you've got to do those as well, right? But there's a third thing as well, which is once you pass the data to the quick stack, it's when you hand the data. So we have an algorithm for doing the MOQ level prioritization and selection of the next thing to send, right? And you can do that and then put the data into the stack and have a queue in the stack. And it's really hard to unremove from the stack after that happens. Or you can have a stack where you don't put it into the stack until you know the stack will put it on the wire, like the CWIN opens. I mean, you have the wrong, you know what, it's hard to phrase that, the CWIN opens. But so, for example, so that makes a really big difference, because the packet that you would choose to put into it, if it's going to get queued there for 20 milliseconds, a lot more packets arrive, things change in that 20 milliseconds and changes what happens. So it's not a statement about the quick stacks, they are what they are. But some give you an API where you cannot hand them any data until they're ready to put it on the wire, and some buffer it, and they all buffer data. But some of them don't give you that API, in which case the only thing you can do is send them data when it's ready to be sent.
Versus a just-in-time API.
And of course, reset at and priorities all apply, but this is another thing beyond that.
I'm gonna have to close the queue soon. We're running out of time here. This is gonna extend it, maybe take discussion.
Does that make sense, Victor? Or you want to spin that?
Well, we do have tax and specs that actually says you should minimize buffering.
Sorry?
We do at least have tax at least in one place where we say to minimize buffering. I don't remember.
Sure.
It isn't the time.
Okay.
We have a little bit of text, not very much.
Wendell, please be brief.
Is it true that there are some quick stack for which we don't have an API to remove data which is buffer?
Without resetting the stream or with resetting the stream?
Like I put my feature group in the queue, and finally I found it's a bad idea, and I want to just not set it.
Every quick stack has reset stream.
Yes.
So which will take it, as long as you don't want to set anything else on that stream ever, that will blow all the data. Every quick stack has it.
Yes. Almost no one had, no one, just like with TCP, like people have tried to design APIs that like yank data back. It works terribly, like no one explicits that. So like once it's in the stack, you either reset the stream or send it. That's what you got.
Right, but there are stacks that allow you to know when is the right time to put it in the stack, so you don't put it before you need to put it in.
No buffer, no queue, just on demand.
Well,
just in time.
yeah, I just, on the same subject, and it's maybe coffee time, but for all the quick trickery, there's a physics problem. I can only put 3 megs into this pipe, whether it's quick or anything else, but I've got data encoded at 4.5 megabits, 4 megabits a second. So every second I have an extra megabit of data that can't fit through the pipe. And I can't, there's no amount of quick trickery will solve that problem. So I don't think we should go down that rat hole. I think Ali's targeted here in a very clean way a real problem with media players.
You get the last word.
Yeah, thanks. So I just want to say that we also experiment on this with our own implementations, and then we can see there's a clear differences. I also agree with Colin said, of course, even though we have different implementations, but I think from a standpoint, specification design point of view, and we like to have this kind of design and mandate that something could be done by the something is be done by the implementation, something could be specified.
All right, Ollie, please continue.
Okay, let's continue. The next last scenario is downstream delay. This is when there's an extra delay between the subscriber and the relay, and this also affects the results significantly because depending on whether your method like toggling, joining patch, or switch, it depends on how many extra round trips you need actually to make that happen, to make the switch happen. Switch requires only one round trip, so it's affected only once. But then joining patch is affected depending on the scenario twice or once, and the toggling also affected once, and this adds up to the switching delay. So let me just quickly go over the results, but I think we already talked about it. It's not just the number of messages that we are reducing, but it's also we are reducing the impact of RTT, subscriber relay RTT on the switching delay. And the switch message is clearly the winner here. Now, this is also something I would like to talk about, the DTS implementation. And then in this case, the relay is actually aware of the deadline on the subscriber side. So we communicate this latency budget from the subscriber to the relay when we are creating this DTS switching set. And what we are looking at, we are not really checking the bandwidth at all in this DTS implementation. We are looking at the number of active send streams from the relay to the subscriber. So this is a video track. And on the first scenario, as you can see, so one group send, and then it finishes, another group, and so on. So there is no overlap. But in the second case, the bandwidth is a bit lower, so you are going to start the second group before the previous group finishes, right? And this indicates the congestion in the network. So we take this as a signal in terms of how we are going to do the rate adaptation. Nothing else, no bandwidth, nothing else. So we have a couple of different nodes on the relay. So the client this relay is going to upshift. It's going to switch to the one next higher in the switching set after a number of clear subgroups. So if n is 5, for example, if you are sending 5 groups without any accumulation, then you can upshift. There is a cooldown because you have downshifted when the depth is 2 or higher. You downshifted, and now we are going to wait here for a bit. And then you are going to only downshift if the depth increases past the previous point. And this card is important because you know the latency budget on the subscriber side. And if you know that there's no way that you're going to be able to send this data before its deadline, you just drop that group altogether.
So, one question. What you call depth is how many subgroups are in flight?
Yes. How many active subgroups are being sent to the subscriber at that time?
But you're encoding all the subgroups are serial, they're not parallel? The encoding is
serial.
I mean, one go, right? This is just a video track, let's say one go.
Oh, so group, not subgroup. Group.
Well, in our case, one subgroup equals one group, but the group of pictures is one subgroup and is sent independently from others.
So 25 frames,
Yes.
and how many packs, 25 frames are in flight at the same time? That's your depth.
And so it's in flight, not queued at the pier. I'm just trying to understand the metrics.
Well, active, like, let's say, I'm not really done with the previous subgroup. I'm gonna send the next one, and that's 2. If there is 2 more, that's 3. So this is the method, and then we have 4 resolutions for different bit rates here. I'm gonna go quickly over this. And then I can explain the results in more detail. Actually, I need to zoom in, so let me just. So this is active stream depth over time. As you can see, we want it to be at 1 most of the time, but occasionally when the bandwidth drops, when I show the bandwidth trace, it goes to 2, sometimes even 3 or 4, and so on, and then it tries to downshift at that time. This is our bandwidth regime. The cascade bandwidth regime that we use for dash experiments, and the client is able to upshift all the way to the highest resolution, and then it downshifts when the bandwidth drops. There's a delay with the mouse cursor here, but then it downshifts again because of the cool down period, but then it upshifts. And then it upshifts 1 more, but it realizes that it's not going to be able to make it because the number of active streams increases. And then downshifts again, so it stays there. And then tries again, no, it's no good, downshifts because the bandwidth is down. And then actually further goes down, but then it realizes it can do better and so on. So we are, and then, this is the latency that the relay is seeing. And if it is actually above 2.1 seconds, which was the target delay in this case, the streams are going to be discarded. Now, another bandwidth regime here. So there's one big drop from 1080p to 480p. We see that some of these streams are actually discarded. These dash lines are showing discarded. So there is no way that we are going to be able to send these 1080p streams. So we just discard them and now shift the 480 and then we recover from quickly. So yes, there is some data loss, but at least we are following the latency budget.
So Ali, we're down to about a minute left.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to conclude or do you want to point people to a written report or something that they can peruse, or you can send one to the list maybe?
I will. Okay. And then this last slide, if there is a sudden shift, it's a small downshift. It recovers quickly. Yes, the latency increases, but it's not too bad. But then when the bandwidth is dropped significantly, it tries to stay here, but then it realizes that the latency is overshoots, and then it downshifts. Now, the point of this study is the relay, when it is doing some sort of DTS ABR, wayside ABR, it doesn't need to actually check the bandwidth. This is one metric that we can use. It's very simple. You just look at the number of active streams, and then you do your stuff. That's all. Obviously, they are trying to improve the mechanism, but that's more or less the.
Wendell, be brief, please.
When you say this, you drop some data, is it part of DTS?
Well, it's not, but in this case, we are doing it extra because we want to keep the latency under control.
So it's something that should be added.
Well, I'm next in queue for the same question. Like, what changes do you want based on this study, what changes do you want from DTS?
So, for example, in this case, when the client is sending, this DTS subscriptions, include this tracking this is the delay, this is the latency.
So you want a timeout delay and you want a value for N for up switch and N for down switch? Or we assume 0 for down switch? Okay, good.
Something like that. This will be one.
Okay, we'll get next. Thank you, Ali. Always good to have data. You don't have enough, but. Oh, you're up.
You guys share?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can bring you more data, but we never get to do that.
Feel free to send it to the list.
The right side.
Yeah, I think we'll see more. Okay, so we're going to talk about the top-end track filter today. one big note is, because of the confusion of people calling things track filter, we're now the top end filter. I decided to rename it last night to top tracks filter. Is that clearer for people? If we call it the top tracks filter, is that capture what it actually does? Before it was just called track filter. And I guess there was confusion about
Track filter is too generic. Top tracks is better.
top tracks filter.
Or top end
It
tracks.
applies a rank, which is implicit in the.
People should know top, right? I mean, top is, everywhere, many tools use top, SQL uses top. So, thought that was clear. Next slide, please. Still same PR 1518, but we will make a new PR, separate it out, and if needed, a new draft. The use cases, this is different from yesterday's range filters use cases. These are all use cases where you want top tracks in an entire namespace. So for real-time media, active speakers is a common use case. You want the 4 most active speakers in a meeting. In security cameras, a large venue with hundreds of cameras, the security personnel can only view the top, 16 based on highest activity, most suspicious incidents coming off the camera sensors. Other use cases like if fans watching 2 esports, players, the top 2, their live videos based on their scores. And you can have a viral video feed that's constantly giving you the 3x3 most upvoted videos. That's what's generating the feed. And then non-media applications is also very valid. You can imagine markets. You're doing the top bid in an auction or market. So you just want the one top out of all of those publishers. And also there's an ADR use case. Since ADR, you can do trivially, which is saying, give me the top quality. And quality can be a bit rate, it could be an arbitrary metric that the app picks. But give me the top quality, just one track within all of the possible encodings that has my bandwidth in it. Next slide. Next slide, Chuck. Again, a one-pager on the whole design. This is it. This is the whole design. There's again, setup options, just like the object range filters can be turned on with the setup option. This top tracks filter is turned on with the setup option. Again, it's default to 0, so that means no support for this filter by default if you don't negotiate the option. And one thing we considered that I'll talk about later is whether we set a very low maximum for that. Talk about that at the very end for simplicity. That limits the parameter that you can put, basically the N that you can put in the actual filters. And those filters can appear in subscribed tracks or request update for the subscribed track. And the parameter is the top tracks filter. It only has the property type that's going to be watched and the number of max top tracks that you want to return for the highest values of that property. So you're going to get the N tracks in that namespace with the highest value of that property type. And we used to have a lot more parameters. We removed all of those parameters to simplify the design. So the deselection logic now is shown as a state transition diagram, and it's up to the relay to do the state transitions however it likes. It can publish done anytime it wants for the deselected tracks. It doesn't have to have a rigid number of deselected entries in its tables. And we also removed the timeouts that were part of the original parameter. And so now the publishers can declare the timeout on their track. And the timeout is how long that the publisher can send no objects tagged with that metric and still stay in the top end list. So it's the top end list is very dynamic. So you have to be able to say when an entry goes in, how long does it live before it gets evicted? And that's what the timeout is. Instead of negotiating that through the parameters, it's just declarative now by the publisher. The publisher says, you can persist my metric for this long.
So Yeah, just clarifying question. Are these properties evaluated at all object boundaries or only at group boundaries?
So the spec itself doesn't impose any boundaries. So an app could do everything on a per object basis if it wanted to. In practical use, for example, our apps that we've run, we are only making the changes at group boundaries. We're only changing the metric at group boundaries because we expect the receivers that are receiving these switches want to be able to get the switch on a group boundary because the medium may be undecodable if it's not on a group boundary. But there's no restriction in the spec. The spec doesn't say that you must switch at a group boundary or something like that.
Would it simplify the spec if you did restrict?
No, I don't think it would add any simplification because it imposes the false. First of all, for video, it's logical to only switch at a group boundary. For other things, it may not. The group boundary may not have any special significance. And
group boundaries do have special significance in MOQ. They are access points to tracks. We define them as such, and they have no other meaning other than that. So given that this is a track selection, and therefore you must switch from one track to another, it actually fits with the MOQ design philosophy that we should only allow switching at group boundary.
We don't only allow subscribe at a group boundary, right? So the track filter is kind of mirroring subscribe. If we limit subscribe to say you can only subscribe at a group boundary, then I would say, okay, let's make this have the same semantic. But because we allow subscribe at any arbitrary point, the track filter is allowing an app to switch at any arbitrary point. Practically most apps, I think, are going to switch their metric only on group boundaries. But maybe I can envision cases where, you change your metric mid-group and you ask the guy to go back and grab the other frames, do a joining fetch to grab the other frames before that switch occurred.
Yeah, then we spawned along here, right? I just wanted to say, on the one hand, I think it's the improvement for relay performance that only had to look at the first object of every group instead of having to look at every object and do whatever comparisons. At the same time, I think probably like a track that's like a datagram track where you might have many objects in that group and it actually is able to switch in the middle. So probably it has more utility if you allow it. And also the way I'm imagining that what's going on with 1642, you might be able, not just for this, but for any subscribed tracks, to say the filter that I want to join with is like current group, which means if you start publishing in the middle of a group in response to any subscribed tracks, that if the filter said current group, you would also get a fill fetch stream for the beginning of that group, which would give it more utility, right?
Or you could do next group.
Or next group, yeah, like, oh yeah, cool, this is nice, publish me on the next group. Like, those might make more sense.
When you select the top track, do you need group alignment? Is it like the top end property of the latest group that you saw, or is it like?
No, again, this is a property that's tagged on every object, potentially. Like Will and Alan mentioned, most apps are going to only tag that property, or maybe they tag it on everywhere, but they only change the property value on a group boundary so that the track can only be selected on a group boundary.
If you have half of the track which are at group 19 and half of the track at group 18, you compare what? You compare the value of the guy at 19, or
you don't care?
Yeah, it's just inbound objects. If you think about this as a pure filter, it's purely in the data path. As inbound objects come in, it's comparing the property value of an inbound object to its table of top 10 tracks. And if that inbound object goes into that table, it gets forwarded on. If it doesn't, it gets dropped.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that because we need group alignment if there are same tracks from a given publisher. Because here, on these unsubscribed tracks, there are different publishers. There's no need for group alignment. It's just a selection because they're two different. It can be Alan and me or something, right? And second thing on the per object versus yes, it should be, I think, a good recommendation to say. Also metrics to do group objects as a recommendation. And also we need to remember that whenever you have object property, you have to look at the object to say that object as a property or not. So in some way, relay has to do per object inspection for not just this one, for something else.
So for the notes, maybe we can add some text to recommend that application, informative guidance to applications. To, we suggest you recommend, we recommend you only change your metric at a group boundary so that subscribers get the beginning of the track immediately and don't have to do a fetch or anything else.
Hopefully the AI picks that up, because that's the note taker.
I remember it.
Okay, great.
I'm taking my notes. Any other questions on the design? I'll get into a little bit more about the mechanics of how it actually works at runtime. That's the whole design. It's a spec-wise and text-wise. It doesn't add much. One little parameter with two fields. That's it. Okay. Next slide, please. Oh, and real quick, we also renamed the max tracks selected to max top tracks. So top tracks is the new name now for everything, for the filter itself and for its parameters. So this is the state diagram of how things go from unknown to selected to evicted. So we start off as unknown, meaning that the name or the alias of the track is, the track name and alias is not known. The subscribers don't even know. Remember, all they did was subscribe namespace. That subscription for the top 3 or whatever is to a namespace. So you don't even know the track names in that namespace. You say, meeting 1, 2, 3. I didn't say Alice, Bob, Carl, or anything else. I just said meeting 1, 2, 3. So at the unknown state, you don't even know, subscribers don't even know the names or aliases of any of those tracks. As the objects start coming in into the relay, which did subscribe to all the publishers in that namespace, subscribe to all the publishers that are directly connected to it in that namespace. So it's seeing Alice, Bob, Carl, all those tracks are coming into the relay, but haven't gone to the subscribers. When things are unknown, that's when you first analyze whether or not they're in the top N list. So once they do become in the top N, then that's called newly selected, and the relay will send a publish down to the subscriber. So you send a publish with a forward equal 1 down to the subscribers, and you're promoted into the top tracks list, and then you become selected. When you're selected in the top tracks list, you stay selected until you get evicted by someone else or by a timeout because you haven't sent enough objects fast enough. So the only 2 ways to get out of that selected is to either have a timeout on that bottom path, so you get demoted when you have a timeout, or if you lose in the ranking, get evicted by someone else, you also get demoted. In both of those cases, the demotion results in a control message. You get a request update with the forward equals 0. So the subscriber will see that this track that I was receiving, I'm no longer going to receive. So it doesn't sit there in limbo waiting for Alice's media, that Alice was evicted by Bob. It gets a positive confirmation that you're not going to receive any more media from Alice. And Bob will start coming in as a new publish forward equals 1. Now, when Alice gets evicted by Bob, she goes into this deselected list. The deselected list is sort of like a most recently used cache. So you just have this LRU cache in the relay so that you don't have to send another publish if Alice becomes reselected. If Alice goes back in the top 10, you can just leave that track as forward equals 0 temporarily. So you don't have to do a publish done, and you don't have to send another publish. So there's an avoidance of a control storm if someone is constantly in and out of the top 10. That deselected list used to have a rigid, specification around it. It doesn't anymore. Now it's up to the relay based on its memory pressure versus, whatever its resource metrics are. It can keep no deselected list and just immediately publish done every time someone gets affected, or it can have a really big one and never publish to anyone, leave all the tracks open but in forward 0 state as long as it wants. So that's just a relay design point. And then finally, when the relay determines to evict someone from that cache, evict the track from that cache, then it will send a publish done, and it will go back to the unknown state. So unknown means the track alias is no longer in scope, and you have to start a new publish to make it known again to subscribers. So that's the whole state diagram. The only time objects actually go to the subscribers is on the far right when they're selected. The objects are considered to be passing the filter and get forwarded. Every other case, the objects fail the filter and get dropped on the floor, don't reach any subscribers. Any questions about the mechanics of the transitions or how it actually works?
Yeah, just the timeout that makes selected tracks be deselected, it's a timeout between consecutive objects.
Yeah, it's a timeout between when you receive the metric. So if you send a bunch of objects, but they don't have the metric, your timer is still ticking. You have to refresh the metric in an object to have your timeout refreshed.
Yeah, I just want, I think we may have covered this before, but at least in all the current designs, the subscriber head controls forward, which is like, I want to pause, I want to resume. And now the relay is also controlling forward. And so you can have cases where the relay says forward 1, and then the subscriber says, or like the subscriber heads forward 0, I'm pausing this track, but then top end says, oh no, you're getting it. And it overrides with the subscriber intent there. And I don't know if we should just say, that's fine, or if we should say, we need to split it. I kind of don't want to split it, but people should just be aware. There's no other case right now where the publisher sends forward 1 to the subscriber.
Yeah, by splitting it, you mean that the forward enum has more states or more bits?
Or there's like basically
It
two
says
beliefs.
subscriber versus publisher.
You have a subscriber forward and a publisher forward, and you only get when they're both.
Yes.
So like the publisher might put it in forward 1, but if the subscriber has it in forward 0, he's not getting it. But you can also do that by changing subscriber filter to match anything. So I don't know.
Yeah, I want to just reply directly to that. So Switch does exactly this as well, I point out. Okay, Switch, you send one command on one track, and it changes the forward on a different track.
It was both. The subscriber asked for both.
Right, but subscriber asked for this too. Subscriber asked for top end filter. That's sort of.
I think that's why I think it's okay to leave it how it is.
So I think the important thing here is the subscriber or the end client fully understands what's going on and intended this all to happen and knows what to do. So I don't see any problem with that sort of.
I just wanted to make people aware of this. Like, I don't think it's a huge one.
Yep.
Yeah, I could go either way. I mean, if we expand or redefine the forward, flag to not be a flag, but be an enum or be multiple flags, I'm okay with it because there are, the publisher just, I'm muting myself and I'm going to stop sending objects. I can just say, forward equals 0, but that doesn't mean that I can't turn myself back on, right? But if a subscriber tells me forward equals 0, I can't turn myself back on. If the subscriber says, mute yourself, I can't just unmute myself and start giving them packets again. So there is a different semantic state. Nothing to do with this track filter, but just there's a different semantic meaning between a publisher, muting or unmuting itself, and a subscriber saying, I want you to mute or unmute. And the tension between those two is
so we have
vague right now.
We have 3 people in the queue. I just want to point out we're 20 minutes into the 30 minutes you have. We haven't got to any of the open issues yet. Go ahead, Ian.
I was just asking a real quick question about kind of this interaction issue, because I think it actually, the details end up mattering a little bit, but so if I cancel a subscription that is one of the top 5, what happens then?
You mean, you unsubscribe, you close up?
Yeah, you set it up and I decided I don't really want it because whatever reason, what, does it just hang out in that state where now I get 4 of the top 5 because obviously I've indicated I don't want the 5th one, or?
Yeah, you won't get you won't get objects from that subscription anymore,
right.
But the relay doesn't, you didn't impact the relay's top end algorithm. It's going to still, if that track stayed in the top end forever, you would only get 4 forever. But if someone evicted it 2 seconds later, now you're gonna get 5 again because you're gonna get the 5th
So
one.
it goes out and comes back in. It comes back to you.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. And similarly, if I wanted the 10th most popular track and I subscribed to the top 5 as well, that wouldn't mess, I can be oh, I happen to want this one feed in addition to the top 5 that you're picking, but.
Yeah, so that's what we call pinned tracks. Right. You can subscribe directly to a track that's in that same namespace, separately from your top end subscription to that namespace. Right. That's called pinning, and that's a real use case that we need video
So it sounds like
conferences.
we could probably do something similar with forward, where like basically the subscriber says something and
Yes.
override. says-
Perma forward versus, you know.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, thanks.
Well,
Yeah, this design seems to assume independent tracks. But I'm thinking of the use case of multi-bit rate, right? We have DTS. What if I wanted a bunch of people, but when I select that person, they have 3 quality levels? It's very tricky. You could run this first, right? And some of their levels might come through, but now I'm having to adjust on the client setup for tracks. So I don't know if that's something we should look at if we got this and DTS, we should try to think of the interplay between them. In other words, the concept, if I can allow sets of tracks through, not just one track. And the client would define what is the set, because the relay doesn't.
Yeah,
I answered that because in ATS today we have this rank that's basically supposed to of the top of the 4 that you're going to select. The client knows like which is my top 1, top 2, top 4, and that's where the rank will come in. And on the other hand, the relay will basically based on the rank, the best quality it can do based on the ranking. So if Alice is setting 3 qualities and she's the rank 1, she'll get 1080p versus like 4th one like Moise, and then he might get only 360p in the rank degradation or rate.
if you look at the issue, the very last slide of this, there's a list of all the issues. So if you go to that, in the repo that has the issues, one of the issues describes what you're saying. Someone wanted a leader track, that if the leader track gets switched in, gets selected, that all of the followers of that leader track, so you have one leader track of your, Alice's main video or something, then Alice's other simulcast videos would also get switched in because the leader track got switched in. There was an issue opened up for that we could consider. That's more machinery, but we could consider doing something like that.
I think that we should stop chasing every possible edge case with this. This is going to solve a certain set of edge cases. Another way to solve that is a data track that the clients can then subscribe themselves in and out. And that can handle endless permutations of complexity.
Yeah. Okay,
I want to go in here, but I think this does work with ETS to do exactly what you want.
Okay.
We can go through the details,
Yeah,
but I think it already works.
Yeah,
Okay, next slide. So the concerns that we've heard, first of all, and I hope we will address most of them, but first of all, about maturity. So I think more specifically, Alan, worried that are we really solving all the right use cases for the apps? Are we too far ahead of the apps on this design? Is it mature enough to work down the road? This has been going on for almost a year now. We have a lot of the iterations between design team of 6 or 7 people. Editors have opened up a lot of issues we've resolved. We talked about it in many interims, and we have 3 real implementations up and running of it. And for many months, so we have good experience with it already. Is it as mature as core subscribe? Of course not. But we believe that nearly a year of maturity, we know what the use cases are, and this is really a core use case for the interactive media apps, and we've been driving that for over a year. The second main concern we've heard is complexity. Colleen, you want to second?
I just want to add one more bit. Like, this use case was designed in the use case. This was described as one of the things we wanted to do in this working group before the working group was chartered in the documents provided. It goes back that far, right? And like, this is certainly far more secure than a proposal to remove fetch from a draft we'd like to go to working group last call in a few months, right? I mean, this is pretty far along. Let's keep this in perspective.
And to make people understand the criticality of needing this, I think one of the things that Alan wanted to see was you want to see more vendors than WebEx come up and say, yeah, we're going to use this for interactive media. I would love to have a powwow with all of the interactive media vendors and make them understand that the only way you'll ever use MOQ is if you have something like this, because if you don't, you can't use it for distribution if you have an active speaker switched architecture. If you need an SFU everywhere, which is what all media services do today, they all have SFUs at all the points that they need distribution. And the only way that you'll ever use MOQ is if the SFU can be pulled out of those places and use a MOQ relay instead. if you still have to put an SFU co-located with the MOQ relay, you're not going to use the MOQ relay network at all. You're just going to use your SFU, right? Your SFU is already doing forwarding. You don't need the MOQ relay to do forwarding if your SFU is doing forwarding. So it's critical for people to understand that the only way that media vendors get away from SFUs and start using the MOQ network is to have something like this. Otherwise, they're still going to stand their own servers right next to the MOQ relay, and at that point, there's no point in using the MOQ relay anymore.
Victor? You don't want, you're out of your queue? Okay, Suhas?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of, so someone told me that, we did WebRTC for a while, and Zoom never showed up in WebRTC. But as of today, Zoom is the biggest vendors of users of WebRTC in the world. So just they're not showing here doesn't mean they're not listening or not following. We need to keep that in mind that not everyone has time to come here and things and design things. So hence we are making things happen. And I totally agree. One of the things that at least me talking to media architects across multiple companies got convinced is that going back to Will's point, what is MOQ providing more than today is HLS dash will not provide. The same question if you ask for what is MOQ providing more for responses to not provide, this is what it's providing. If we go back and say that, oh, we can do one, they say, to your point, why should we spend time on that? So this is the reason why we wanted two worlds to come together and have build features on top of that and provide the differentiation. And this is one of those things for conferencing world that would add the differentiation.
Okay,
Gwendol?
Yeah, just to make the conversation a bit spicier. It could be possible that the publisher send the properties of a different track, and that the subscriber subscribe and unsubscribe based on the data that it receives. It could be possible to have a client-side selection of the top track instead of having a relay-based track.
The core design feature of the track filter, the top tracks filter, is so that the client only receives a few tracks. If the client had to receive all the tracks in the namespace, make a local decision, that's
but if it
bandwidth intensive.
If it only subscribe to the properties, if all publishers have a property track which only carries information about activity typically.
Oh yes.
It's a very small amount of data, and you subscribe.
Let me refer you to the September notes, the September interim notes for the subscription post. That is exactly what that was the early design that we started with before we had this, and that presentation lays out why that's a problem. We call it a metadata track. You publish a metadata track of your metric only, and then based on that metric, the clients grab the real media. The latency impacts and bouncing around from that is the problem, and that's what we solved with the track filter.
All right, I'm going to close the queue very soon because we're running out of time. Alan?
Okay. So I think, first of all, I think this is a cool feature. I think people are going to use this feature. I don't have any doubts about the broad use case. My concern that I have is that, you guys have used it in your environment and have a very nice demo of it working in a certain way. I would feel more comfortable if, the second person came with a slightly different use case, or if we had somebody else implement a client. I mean, basically, you guys have been involved in every implementation so far. So it's meeting, and it would be nice to have a slightly broader perspective here, which is like two people, because you guys have written it down one way, and then you went and implemented, and you're like, oh, actually, we need to change these 5 bits because it wasn't working the way we wanted it to. And I would love to hear somebody else come with a slightly different take on how, and they give you their 5 bits before we lock it. Now, Colin's point that we're about to change, the core mechanics and arguing one thing's mature and one thing's not is totally valid point, and I see that. And I think I'm also willing to see that the spec itself is the complexity is all in the implementation, and the spec itself is small, and you can turn it off if you don't want. Just set max track 0 and implement it. And so I'm not going to lie in the road here and say no way, no how is it going in my team. I am willing to take it as long as it's when that second use case shows up and they try to use it and they're like, actually, it's not working for us, then it's MOQ v2, or, MOQ v2, v1.1 to like rev it as it needs to be. And like, maybe that's fine.
We welcome anybody to come forward with another plan to implement, and we would love to sit down and figure out,
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
does it work for you, or do you want to make a change?
Is there anybody else here who is considering writing a client that uses this feature or adding this feature to their?
I would like to say yes. One more.
I mean, someday, but I mean, I haven't consumed the first part, so I can't eat the dessert until I eat.
Okay. The other question I have is.
Bill, also, I'm very interested in a telemetry data place, which would be is find me the hottest, the security camera with the first motion. And I think
See, and that might have different.
certainly an open MOQ will find someone to write that client.
That one might have different scale than like, I want the top speaker in my meeting, right? I might have many more security cameras.
I
than
worry
actually need.
in the design, those lists that you have, that's per subscriber, you have a list. And if you have 1,000.
Let me address that in the next presentation.
Okay,
Okay,
I
just-
just,
I
the
just-
queue is
let me
blocked,
convince
like,
you.
I guys gotta take this off.
Okay, I just,
Alec, can you finish your
I
point?
just, my last question I have is that I've heard mixed answers about, could this, is MOQ T presently extensible enough for this to be an extension? I've heard both answers, and I would like it to say, yes, it is technically possible for it to be an extension, or no, MOQ T's extensibility capabilities are insufficient, because I think that's a bigger issue we need to address in MOQ T, regardless of what happens to this. So I would love a straight,
It's already specified basically as an extension. It's
Okay,
all by default, all that. What the benefit of having it in MOQ T is, like I mentioned in email, there are things that we're finding in MOQ T because we're doing something like this. And if we don't, we're gonna not find those things. I mentioned like a half dozen things that have already been, found, and subscribed tracks really is sort of immature without this, right? There's a lot of corners around subscribed tracks that people haven't explored, because when would you just give me all the tracks in this namespace? It's a pretty bizarre thing to do, right? So not having this and will make us not explore all the details of subscribed tracks that are rough right now. That's my main concern of not having it in MOQ T, is that we won't explore those details until it's too late, until it's shipped as errata later work.
Suhas, I need you to be brief.
I just want to answer better questions. This is more like why client behavior is slow or have gaps compared to relatively the switch. The same argument would apply to like a client reacting towards this relating the switch. The same thing, same benefits effect. Why DTS on server side better compared to doing this on the server side. So the same arguments apply there. And I won't touch about the complexity. I see where Alan is coming from. Like we implemented along with Alan, I implemented Apex over like 3 days. We did an implementation. Obviously, in 3 days, no one will have a perfect implementation. And we took another week, or 2 weeks, so you can make it. 2 weeks. We're talking about months or years. Okay, I'm ready. And hence, so yes, we thought about it on a clean slate. We have not rushed for a demo, and we implemented it. It's the same on MOQ and on MOQ RS. A much simpler implementation. I think someone will talk about it. I don't want to go. But all these kind of questions we have answered it to the depth where it kind of answers satisfactorily. If they're real world concerns, like that's what more want to hear.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead. You're welcome.
Hi guys, good to see you all. I haven't been able to hear everything that's been said, so I apologize if I can't address everybody's points that have been raised, but I've heard a lot of it, and just wanted to weigh in and say, from my perspective, we've spent decades at Cisco building these interactive communication technologies, and generations of those, from transcoding to switching to this, forwarding. This is really the latest generation of this fundamental design of humans talking, and how do you deal with subscribing and wanting the top end active speakers, and then which videos do you subscribe to based on who's actively speaking from an audio perspective, and all of that. And I think this design is like super sound. It takes into account all of those factors, and it's flexible to one of the questions that was raised a few minutes ago about, like, what if the subscriber wanted to not get the top end and wanted to subscribe to whoever that subscriber wants to subscribe to? You could do that too. Like, we call that receiver selected. And in our world, where we forward the top end, but then the subscriber can choose to override that and say, yeah, but I really want to see Bob, or I really want to hear Bob. But those things are all possible, in different combinations. So I don't see anything here that's a concern. I hear you, Alan, about wishing that there was another vendor like Zoom or whoever that was implementing this too. I think we would love to see that as well. So if you guys can encourage your friends to join us in this endeavor, I think that would be good. But yeah, from a product, I'm more on like the product implementation side of the engineering team here. I think this is exactly fit for a purpose. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mo.
So we're digging into Colin's time. So real quick, we'll just finish the last points. Other complexity issues that were raised. The spec text, I think, is very low complexity. Alan says it's there's not much to worry about spec-wise. And the other aspect of complexity is design time complexity, and I think that is where things have been a challenge. We did have to go through a lot of coaching and understanding to get the proper designs in place. But now people don't have to start from scratch. There's 3 open source implementations out there, so nobody has to start from scratch on their designs. Runtime complexity is also been raised as a concern. I think we'll show on the next slide that there's insignificant impact compared to the dominant things that are occupying performance numbers, and it's quick basic operation is dominating, not the top end selection metrics. Also, security concerns about this being used as a vector for AMP attacks. It is fundamentally asymmetric by design. It really is going to ingress a lot of traffic. It's going to egress very little. So it is asymmetric by design when it's operating right. So there's going to be a tricky balance about how do we protect the relay from, a rogue attack versus the core use is going to be asymmetric. So that, we added some language to the spec. On the next slide, it may not be enough. Maybe Mike's document can go into some more detail about that. This is the spec text that we added in the PR. Basically says that relays can impose limits on how many publishers are in the namespace before it gives an error. So it can say namespace too large, or conflicting filters if it thinks that this is an ongoing attack, or even if it's a legitimate use but beyond its resources. So relays have an out if they can't handle this. And that's it, I think.
Okay, thanks, Mo. Colin's up next. So while Meg's getting the slides up, so it sounds like Alan's to confer with whoever with the top end proponents about this MOQ extensibility issue.
Oh, yes. So
Yeah.
Colin's in a chat that is not extensible. I would love, I need to see an issue that
Yeah.
says where we're falling short in our extensibility model.
And again, the current status of the document is that the group has agreed to work on this as an extension. So doesn't mean it can't. Anytime we could move it into MOQ, but this work is happening. So for people concerned that making arguments we're not going to do the work, we're going to do the work. It's just a question of what document it sits in. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so sort of near the beginning of this work, I've said people are always expressing concerns about the computational complexity and whether this slows down servers or not. And I have always felt that this is actually going to have less impact or comparable impact to our prioritization algorithm, which turned out to be not much in the overall thing. And so I got really motivated about this. Suos and I did a bunch of work. Suos did most of the work. Let me jump into the next slide, please. So we talked about a lot of issues people have raised at various times. And I always sort of have a slightly funny feel for them, but memory use, CPU usage, all that stuff. So we just need data to drive that, right? And that's what I want to really do in this slides. I'm not going to cover all the slides that are in the presentation. There's a lot more data there than we have time to sort of see it, but it's there. So this is the key things we want to do. Next slide. I'm going to talk about the algorithm that we used in this, because this seems to be a point of a lot of confusion on this stuff. So what we're doing here is I want to get some sort of terminology, sort of on this. Obviously, there could be 100 publishers of a set of tracks, and you're choosing top 5 from them. But one of the complications is you don't select any ones that you self-published. So if I publish the top track, and I would get tracks on the list 5 through 6 because I'd be excluded from that list. So there's also this question of how many tracks does a given publisher self-publish and might be eliminated? And so that's our X here on this. So we have the top end that we're looking for, and we also have whatever the max is of how many a single subscriber might self-publish. Okay, which for some of the cases like when we're doing with like the case Will was talking about earlier, I could be doing 3 video qualities, so it might be every one of the ends publishing 3 tracks, and we're selecting 30 out of that or something like that. So there's these 2 numbers that come together, because what the algorithm is going to at some level do is form a scoreboard of the top n plus x tracks. Okay, so to keep it might have all the tracks, but it's going to have a scoreboard that's sorted by whatever the value that we're using to rank them is. And the scoreboard, we're going to have one scoreboard across the whole track space if we're dealing with this. And what gets sent to somebody, you look down this list and pick the first n that aren't you, but if there's some that are you, so we have to keep at least n plus x. Okay, so that's what's happening here. So that's one of the things we're doing is forming the scoreboard. The other thing that we're doing is we've got all these values coming in. Though there's no, like right now, they can change on any object. The use cases today, they only change on groups. But either way, it doesn't really matter. What we do is we coalesce and recompute the scoreboard every 50 milliseconds. Okay? And then we swap the pointer of the active one and where we're comparing it every 50 milliseconds. And so adding values to it is lock-free. Reading it is lock-free, even with multiple threaders on the same side. And the only thing that's locked is that swap of those 2 things. Okay, so that's sort of how we end up with a high-performance algorithm, which all the rest of the data on this presentation is going to be based on this type of implementation. You can do better implementations than this probably, but this is one that's fast and simple to explain. There are better ones.
Can I ask real quick, how did the relay learn what X is?
Oh, it's just going to go, it doesn't actually matter what X is. It doesn't need to know that. It's keeping a full list of all of them, it's fine, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't want to slow your presentation, but I feel like if X is greater than N, then you have problems.
It's keeping a fully sorted list.
I will keep going with the presentation.
So I'm just saying, the X and the N only matter from the computing what the order of how fast or slow things are to compute this.
Oh, I see.
Right. The relay does not, it does know what
it's not
a
constant,
but it doesn't need to know what X is.
Got it.
It's just going to self-exclude, and it's only, you won't have to go, like from purpose of analysis of the algorithms, you don't have to go more than X down the list. Okay, so next slide, please. So we tried this with a bunch of different things, and I'm going to, different attack vectors. Next slide. Let's get through to where we actually get to the data on this here. Okay, so MOQ-X, Allen's relay, MOQ-RS, they're fairly different architecture design, so it's a little bit different how they did, and that architecture design ends up in performance differences you'll see later on this. But the algorithm is still basically the same in both cases. Okay, one sort of more push-based, one sort of more pull-based. But the algorithm is about the same. And in both cases, we're talking 50 millisecond frequencies. So on both cases, I'll get some more details on the next slide. Sort of key metrics. Okay. So we can talk more about the details of the test, but so I'm going to the next slide again. Once we get a little bit more details. Okay. So this is on MOQ-X, which is the relay Alan's been working mostly on. So we see this taking less than 2% of the CPU overall for everything in the whole performance thing. I'll show flame graphs later for that, but it really had basically an irrelevant selection overall. Like the total amount of time we use in doing this is pretty much nothing. It is a small factor of what we spend doing the transport stuff. Okay, so it's really quite good. And I don't have it on the slide here, but it's also less than 300 bytes of additional state per subscriber, okay, than what we had before. And when you compare that to how much the QUIC stack is per subscriber, it's a drop in the bucket. So next slide. Here's the flame graph. The parts in blue are the parts that have anything to do with the new code. Okay, that's the total amount of impact in there. That's how we sort of get to the 2%. And like, when you start looking through those, you realize that like, now a large part of what we do, not surprising, is doing the stuff in QUIC and the stuff in the crypto, the encrypting, dominates the time of these graphs. And this made no relevant difference whatsoever. Next slide. Okay, so this is flipping over to the MOQ RS relay. And similar things here. You know, very low impact on the overall percentage of things. Next slide. Flame graph for this one. Similarly with the flame graph, like here again, the blue is the part that has to do with this new lock-in filtering that implies there. And it's again, and again, when you see like where's all the time going, it's like, you know, off in other parts, the parts that you would expect. So, next slide. This is talking about memory. So per connection, MOQ uses about 2 megabits per connection. MOQ RS is about 0.25 megabits per connection. And we're talking 200 or 160 bytes added in addition. It's just like, it's really hard to pretend that this is in any way relevant.
New job. That doesn't sound like the right number, but go ahead.
Okay, I mean, like, look, fair enough, we can try and track that down, but that is the number as measured running it today. And I'm sure there'll be optimizations made on all of these servers, but like, I'm pretty confident on that measurement. I'm also confident that, you know, you can change things to make that measurement better or worse, right?
Well, you have a clarifying question?
Sorry, yeah, clarifying question. You're not addressing the sensitivity to the number of subscribers for this compute data. So you said there was 2% load and there were 90 publishers. But if there were 9,000 publishers, would it be 100 times bigger or?
Yeah, that's great question. Yeah. Okay, so if you remember so the current algorithm we're using is described to that. If we had 9,000 subscribers coming in, it would not, as long as we were still computing a scoreboard every 50 milliseconds, it wouldn't really change the time to compute that scoreboard at all. That's a fast insertion. And on the outside, it would still be the same amount of state per subscriber. So that scoreboard would get slightly larger. But remember, that's aggregated across all the subscribers. So we'd be adding, I mean, the 9,000 publishers would, like, maybe for each publisher, we'd be adding a byte or two. Like, it's like in that small a number. It wouldn't make any difference to any of this at all if we had 9,000 subscribers.
By the way, we've never gotten any relay to get reached anywhere near 9,000. We're doing extreme optimizations to hit 1,000.
Well, in a single thread, I've got it.
Yes.
I've got to 8,000.
It's good to 8,000. I'm talking publishers.
Yeah, this is a core. This is one core. So if we have 8 cores, each one running 1,000, still the same percentage. Still only 2%.
So I have a question. So I mean, this sounds very plot. I mean, I mean, I'm very far from trying to implement this, but like, I'm when you're working through this in your head, as I'm talking this in my head, it seems very reasonable. What if, first of all, is it part of the design that subscribers could switch on different properties? So you have the same conversation, but like subscriber A is looking for volume, subscriber B is looking for like how colorful the background is, or whatever. Yes. And so you have maps for each property. And how does that scale?
Each track filter is per namespace and property.
Right.
So if somebody's watching a namespace and a property, that's one filter.
Okay, but the point is, all right, so like
for everywhere.
So I mean, okay, so like if I'm trying to attack your relay, all of my subscribers are indexing on a different property, right? So the relay is maintaining not only n, entries in the table, but there's n tables, n maps because they're indexed separately. Is that like a valid use case? Or should we cap the properties in some way to make this
okay,
work?
so I don't talk about this in the slides, so I'll just speak to it. I mean, yeah, we should cap the number of these things you can have. I mean, you need more than one thing that you might be able to filter on, but we don't need to allow somebody to provide 1,000 different filters. There's no use case.
Yeah, I mean, like that seems hard to implement for me to implement my namespace trees of relay.
Second of all, that scorecard isn't very big in memory, even if we allow one scorecard per, we use like 10 scorecards per subscriber, it would still be a drop in the bucket.
Scorecards per namespace.
Yeah.
I didn't get to the very last slide, which was one of the things we asked about was possible simplifications. One of them was making in bound it to like 100 or 200 or whatever, make it a byte, 255 or something. So
Yeah.
that's one simplification. This simplification is having only one thing that you can watch as a property.
Yeah.
The original design for this, when we first did this way back in September, it was like after everybody left the interim, there's 5 of us left, and we whiteboarded it. We had a thing called a selector property, and the selector was the only thing that, it was the property that everybody had to put their stuff in.
So God help me, maybe we have a namespace property that like, that like tells you what property is the one that's
Yeah,
attractive.
it is the only thing that can do metric, but
Yeah.
then Will had use cases for, well, no, I want to use, some subset of subscribers want to look at the temperature, some want to look at the pressure.
That sounds like
Look, let's
Well,
move on
regardless,
from
I
that. I
got
don't
you.
think it
But,
changes
like-
too much. We'll come.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I just, I'm not watching the time tick down, but.
Right, so,
Yeah.
so like unbounded end maps of end things, maybe you can
And the other
constrain
thing
that.
is, remember, our design before this was the meta field, a meta track, right? Where you get the data on the meta track that we were talking about a second ago, and then you select all this stuff. I mean, what I'm saying is, with none of this, you can still just do like the basic DDoS problems that happen to the relay that have nothing to do with this feature. This is a minor subset constrained inside of that. And the way you need to solve those is authorization and tokens and what people can do and how you can cut and paste tokens from one client to another and all of those issues, which we haven't covered in the draft yet, right? But it exists before or without this. Okay, next slide.
One moment.
Sorry, and if somebody sees a question come up, dude. Okay, I think we sort of covered this one. I don't want to do too much in the open view, but it's not a big deal. Next slide. Next slide. You can go through these. I'm glad to talk about them in more details, but all of this sort of memory bound properties, once you come to this algorithm, you come up with, you can do some formal analysis of it and you get fairly, you can understand the constraints as you move to 9,000 ingress streams or something like that. And it doesn't really change it for any of the use cases that were on the previous slide. Next case. Okay, this one I do want to talk a little bit about. This is about what happens with, you got a mesh of relays in some sort of form or another, and it's, that's not really the protocol we're done, but I want to explain why this propagates through the network it goes with. So if you're trying to do top end, and you've got an origin relay that's publishing 90 different flows, to a bunch of edge relays that each have 500 subscribers that are effectively in the end only trying to select a few flows that are dynamically rapidly changing traffic speaker, active camera, any of these types of use cases we're talking about. You're flowing a lot of data there. Now, look at how that compares to if you have top end. If you have top end on the subscriptions on the side, on the green side here, you're going to be able to propagate that top end, and you're going to be able to tell the origin, only give you the top end of those 90 or whatever. So for networks, think about a voice over IP conference, like this MeetEcho conference, Fred, we've got, people joining from Canada, US, Europe, whatever. You've got a lot of relays they're connecting to, and you're trying to distribute a lot of data around. In a standard video conferencing type application where really you're only interested in the top handful of things that you're going to display, this can dramatically reduce the amount of data you need to flow around inside of your relay network too, by understanding that you only need to bring the top end forward on it. So it makes a pretty big deployment difference inside of what you need to move around in the media relay network as well. And that doesn't matter whether you're using MOQ as the internal relay protocol or not. The thing that's important is that the clients told the edge of the relay network, I only want the top end, and then how the relay network internally organizes only providing the top end is its business. It's not specified by MOQ. But without top end, it doesn't have that information that it only needs to bring the top end. So this makes a pretty big media performance difference for all of the video conferencing type use cases inside the media network. Questions on this? Because I don't think this has been talked a lot about before.
I mean, it is, I would say that this is the main question that I have. But this solves part of the problems, this doesn't solve the entire problem. So, okay, imagine you have like 10,000 video cameras, and they're like geographically distributed across every city, and you have some metrics, how interesting the footage, and you want to select like the top 10 most interesting
camera feeds.
Let me make that use case very real, because 100% exists. Like lots of companies, you know, Bank of
Lots of
America.
countries.
Lots of countries. No, stop. We need to go somewhere back. But you know, like Bank of America has a zillion branches. They all have video cameras, and they have some security monitoring centers that they're bringing all the video flows into.
Well, the counterpart is important because it has like 10,000 and like, let's say a million, but let's say at best 10 of them end up attached to every relay. So like the top end at every, the fact that the individual relays trailing to top 10 doesn't help you. Because each of them only has 10. And because it's like geographically distributed. So how do you deal with the fact that like now you have like,
yeah,
Because locally you're only gonna have the top 10 locally at any given relay.
yeah, but you only
And
have 10.
towards the subscriber will still get globally, he'll still get globally the top 10 back down to him. But throughout the entire relay network, every node is only gonna have its locally visible top 10.
Yes, but as I clarified, that doesn't change anything because you only have 10 cameras attached to it.
Look, no, but you're exactly right. I get your question here. This is like if we're going to view, let's say we're going to view the top 10 cameras in this global network, okay? And each relay only has 5 cameras attached to it, okay? So they have to send, they're going to have to send their 5 cameras at some level. That is true, but generally those networks are designed so that there'll be a state country level aggregation, right? That brings a lot of those together. So you're not going to do a full mesh connection between all these relays. Let me just concentrate across the ones in Europe and the ones in North America. What you're going to do is aggregate the ones in North America to a common relay. Now you have 5,000 on the North America relay and 5,000 on the Europe relay, and you only have to put 5 across your transatlantic link. So you're right, if you did a full mesh of all your relays and no relay had more than N, like this wouldn't help at all. But that's not what you do. You aggregate and then pull across. And like people might be like, Cullen, like you're just making this all up, right? No, this is how Zoom works. This is how Microsoft Teams works. This is how WebEx works. I mean, this is how all the SFUs already do it today. I don't know what Google Meet does. Who knows? But I wouldn't be surprised to see something similar there too, right? So,
Okay, so
yeah.
we are running out of time, and that's partly my
Close to the
fault.
end.
That's wait. So there's a bunch of people in the queue. I want to give all the people a chance to talk, but I want the proponents to use this as an opportunity to identify concerns with concerns, so that's going to spawn sidebar conversations about what those concerns are. If that makes sense, rather than resolving them in series here in the meeting. So, Will,
can I just see what slides I have left here that I've forgotten before we. Yeah. Okay. That slide. Next slide. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. So perfect. So yeah, I think we're at a great point to just refocus the conversation on, given this information here, what concerns do you have about the top-in filter, and what can we do to address them?
and as I said, let's not resolve them in series here in time. Yeah. Let's get pointers. You can identify the malcontents. Okay, Will.
Yeah. So my concern is just clarification about the upstream of the top end subscription. So we took it for granted in your diagrams that intermediate relays were also getting a top end, and that collapsing doesn't work if they don't, right? And all tracks go to every edge relay. So is the expectation that the relay is intelligently aggregating the minimum set that it encapsulates all, and as soon as it sees one top end for subscribed tracks, it needs to constantly adjust that as people ask.
The current PR says relays should aggregate and propagate these filters, including and especially the top tracks filter upstream. The current PR says that they should aggregate and propagate this filter upstream.
For a given namespace and property. Right?
Yes. Yes. Now, of course, if your internal relay architecture is not MOQ, the way you propagate that is not through a subscribed namespace, right? There's some other.
Opens the relay up to churn. You get 1,000 every time a new person joins with a slightly different range. You have to adjust your upstream.
You have to, yes, adjust your aggregation upstream.
Mike.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly reply to Victor's concern, because that had been my concern for a long time too. And unsubscribe. Basically, this is better, right? Like, and you have all been saying this for a long time, but like I kind of walked through it myself, and it's like there are problems that exist when you have very distributed publishers and subscribers doing subscribe tracks. Top tracks makes this better. It's a good thing. I think that my remaining concern is probably something that I can work out on my own, but it's mostly about when the subscribers, you have a large number of subscribers who all have different filtering properties, and you have that scenario, because then you can't do the aggregation as efficiently, and you have more ingress that you have to deal with.
Okay, I totally get that. That's a very good concern. I think that the issue is that doesn't really happen, is that it's an application that is both the public, like it's YouTube, and it's the publisher and it's the consumer, and it's designed for what things it moves. It owns the namespace, and it's only doing the same things. There's really none of the use cases that were listed there had an idea where, completely uncoordinated subscribers were trying to do something on a namespace owned by a completely different publisher. So I think that the application will use it in a way that makes sense. That doesn't mean we don't have to protect from abuse of bad applications.
So that's what I want.
It's an abuse situation. Ian?
Yeah, quick question. And this is, I'm trying to figure out if the new filter design helps mitigate phone pictures concerns or not. And I hope it does, but I'm actually not sure if it does, so this is why I'm asking. So if you know that you're, like, say there's only 5 per location, but say globally, like, okay, the top 20 globally, say I'm only looking at the top 10, all the top 20 have a value greater than X. So in addition to the top end filter, rather than sending it where, I'm also going to say, don't give me anything like below X, like whatever.
Yes,
like obviously,
that's
like
the property filter. That's the property filter, and we actually do use the property filter with the top end track filter, because, for example, in active speaker switching, you don't want to see all the non-video participants, right? So if they have no audio activity and they have no video activity,
right,
so those
zero,
properties,
like,
you can
it's pretty
say,
easy to filter out.
you filter out those as with a not track filter, but with a regular filter.
Well,
Let's talk about the
subscribe
security
namespace
case
allows
like
for
that.
regular filters too. So you can say subscribe namespace property filter, this property is greater than 0. So you're not going to get anybody that's publishing.
Let's take the security camera use case. You don't want any security cameras that have no motion. Just take them right out of consideration. Okay, so you have a motion property, which you filter on, like that, and then you have a suspicious activity that's generated by like the random AI in the camera. We make cameras, by the way, that do that, so it's not like it's very realistic, right? And yeah, on those, you do top in on the suspicious activity, and you filter on the motion.
I just want to confirm that those two features do work together in the way I hope that they did.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna close the queue soon.
Okay, I think just a question. I see that this top end design, there's this tier example. So I'd say that there's a trade-off when you choose the n numbers. So I hope that just be more give some recommendations in terms of the number of publications you get, number of ends. Because if I get to the number 1, 2, 5, or 10, 100, maybe there's some differences.
Yeah. Okay. So you're really right. We need advice and things, but it's very application specific. So what I would say are numbers that we've seen in widespread use in existing video conferencing systems is for audio. People who tend to mix either top 3 or top 5. Those are the 2 predominant values that you see in what people want for audio mixing. And the reason why is if you try and mix more than that, humans have a hard time understanding that. If you mix less than that, you tend to clip off people too much. And I don't know why no one does it for. Don't ask me. It's 3 or 5, there will be no one. And then for the video stuff, sometimes it's just active speaker, so top 1. That's a very common thing that you'll see. And then sometimes people are doing like a magical grid where you got like a 5x5 grid of people, though that often tends to be driven more by, it doesn't need to switch as fast. So people tend to drive that more by a property field type thing. So top 1 is actually the most common for video, but you can imagine a top N where the N was a grid of either 3x3 like a 9 or 25, but very few systems really get serious about more than 25 because there's not enough pixels on your screen to really understand what's going on.
I think for anything in the draft that has degrees of freedom, I think what Mike is working on leaders that should come with recommendations. I agree with you, like anything, not just talk about, let's look at and figure out what's the recommendation and we can incorporate that. And I think we should continue this until the draft is done.
Victor?
I'm confused about the property thing. I thought we already talked before, like this only really works if you only filter by the selector first, and then by property. Because otherwise you can't use any heap structure. Well, if you run a top end by the properties of the selector and then we filter by another property, the top end has to apply first because you're building based.
I'm totally punting this to Mo.
Just want to say, can you use a single global list for top end? And if you're doing subscriber level things, that doesn't impact the global list. So yeah, if your design is having a global list, then the filtering out of that global list per subscriber wouldn't be efficient. You'd need to do the filtering at the global list level first. But you can filter on the selector itself too. You can say that the selector has to be greater than 5. I don't care about.
Yeah, that's what confuses me about blending use doing things like that, because like if you are a compute like camera and you have some score, but you only want cameras with motion, then you like when you publish, if you don't have motion, you set the score to 0, right?
Yeah.
All right, I'll ask you guys take this offline. It sounds like a detailed thing. Alan did put up some comments in the chat about some concerns, which I encourage you to look at and deal with offline. I know you're talking to Alan a lot about this stuff anyway. Thank you, Colin. Thank you for abbreviating your talk. The editors of MOQ are now, MOQ are up now.
Okay. So Alan, do make those more specific. Okay, what's the concern on?
I not
concerned on how many subscribers we have in it in general, or publishers we have, like nothing to do with it.
Why don't you guys have a conversation about it?
Some of them may already be filed in those repo, and if there aren't any others, I will file more. Certainly, the second thing was new, like that's not in the draft that you're allowed to delay the updates with respect to like the proper change now, but I can delay sending the published.
Okay, lunch will bisect the MOQ parking lot. So like around 12:30ish, we find a good stopping place. We're going to break an hour for lunch. Okay, so just monitor that and find a spot.
Did the last set of slides I sent get approved?
You mean is specific on something? Yes, been approved.
Okay, we'll find out right then.
Or you can just present and then.
Okay, any requested slides?
Approved slides for session 10.
And then, are there any requests? Okay, so I need to.
Could you just like present it?
I will request a screen share and see if I can make that work.
1642 and switch from is approved.
Okay, so I can request that? That's what I'm gonna start with.
Well, open slide from, okay.
Right, so
Are you gonna give me slides or what?
Yeah, we're gonna approve it. Yes. Sorry.
Okay, I just wanted to start with kind of digesting what we talked yesterday about 1642 and like what I think the path forward is and make sure that we're mostly in agreement. So can you give me a clock so red time's over, is that there?
okay, yeah, there's no.
So this is what I'm planning to do. People seem more enthused about merging the control messages than current group. So I'm gonna take current group out and then that will become a follow-up PR. That means in 1642, when you do a fill, that will end at the largest object, much like join fetch does. I'm going to change relative to previous fill, if you read the PR, is defined to be like, because current group is always current group, so relative to previous fill 0 means current group minus 1. I'm going to change it to say relative to previous fill 0 means the current group and 1 means the one before the current group. We said people don't have a use case for absolute start filter and absolute range filter, so I'm going to remove those, but we're going to keep absolute start fill and absolute range fill. So you ask for a range of objects, you get those objects, whether they are there or coming later, doesn't matter. I think I heard enough heartburn about I want 2 different priority numbers, I want 2 different group orders, so I snatched the idea of having a separate block of parameters that apply only to the fill out of Victor's idea. So I'm going to add that in. And correspondingly, that will remove this sort of like third group order that we created. And it'll simplify the relative prioritization rules. So the fills group order is going to dictate, so if your fill group is, if your fill part of your request is ascending, that means ascend, like that is going to, the fill is going to be higher priority than the live. If it's descending, then the live is going to be higher priority than the fill. The one thing we talked about, let me finish my next sentence, is that we might want to add a special prioritization rule for this case we were talking about, which is you want 11, you want like, you have 10, 11A, 11B, and 12. And what you want is 11, A before 11B always, but you want 12 as soon as it comes to be higher than 11. And so I'm thinking the way to do that is like some kind of special rule in the prioritization that explains that like if you have a fill and a live that span a group in, I don't know, I can't exactly think about how I want to spell it, but I recognize that that's a case. But I also think that case is a problem in the current draft too. There's no way to presently express the priority that people are asking for.
There's one way.
What is that?
You can do a joining fetch only for current group. Right? Oh, yes, I think. And that just gets you 11A. And you can make that higher priority than the rest. That's
Yeah, that was the design. I'm just going right. Yes, we do that, and that was the proposed way to use it in general. Is you did a joining fetch for that one, so you needed pass, and then you used fetch to get all the earlier ones because you didn't have the latency requirement. Right, so it wasn't a problem. But Alan, I just want to say, like, I think that this resolves every issue I have. So, like what you're proposing here. And obviously, I don't care. Like, apply to B, we need it, but it doesn't. But I don't care how it's spelled. So you know,
okay,
we'll figure that out.
That's it. I'm going to defer the location filter versus Victor's alternative spelling number 2. Like, I'll make changes 1 through 5, and then Mo and Victor, you guys decide what you want to do, how you want to spell. Like, look, like Victor sort of wants to have the subscription have one filter and the fill have a different location.
Let me ask, are you only going to allow one fill filter parameter, or are you going to have
one
fill
range
parameter or multiple fill parameters?
Well, I think only one is what I was thinking. So you can send a request update
So
to the other
they're saying
one.
you can say request, so you say fill only for current group, one parameter, and then you do request update later and ask for fills for other groups.
You have a strong, compelling use case for putting more than one, and you think through it and it works. Then I don't have.
I thought I just heard people want to fill the current group in a different way than filling the older groups.
They can always just send a fetch for older groups after finding the largest object.
I'm imagining
Which is
how
how
they're
they
going to
use
have fetches, but so I'm using this as much as possible. To request update with the fill for the older groups later.
Okay.
It's only one fill parameter.
I think we might just make the text so it works. You get the right thing no matter what. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, but I'm not sure, but like, go think about it and tell me what the trade-offs are. I guess it's like, if you want it or not.
So I'm mostly happy about that everyone's happy, because I don't really care much about details, but as an independent, as a individual implementer, the nested parameters make me sad.
They make you more sad than doubling the number of parameters in the spec?
Well, I don't want to double the number of parameters in this spec, but I wonder if we can like identify a set of parameters that actually needs to be distinct between the two, because I think the idea of fake sharing and making them part of the same request is that they should have some commonality in properties. I acknowledge that there are exceptions, but maybe we could identify exceptions and have fetch star and subscribe star or
Okay,
something.
so for sure, subscriber priority and group order, and I think I heard from Victor a use case where he wants different subgroup filters on subscription versus fill. So at least those three, and fill timeout only applies to the fetch, so that doesn't matter. You can put that in place. I don't know if you want different off. I thought that sounded kind of silly.
Yeah,
that seems kind of crazy.
anyway, like I know I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie down with it on it because everyone else is happy. But I would ask you or somebody to like take a look at, can we do this with like is it really just 3 parameters or something that we need to deal with? And if the answer is, oh no, we really need to have just about everything, yeah, just do this. But then I would ask you to also look at the other way, like the delivery and fill timeout. Like maybe there can just be a single one because it's going to be nested between, right? So I mean, like, if we're going to lower the number of parameters, let's lower the number of parameters because we have many instances of this.
There's
like,
2 delivery timeouts, by the way.
All right. Anyway, so like let's either duplicate all the parameters or duplicate a bunch of parameters or just really drive down the number because we have this nesting.
I mean, you realize that today we have 2 sets of parameters. One comes on the subscribe, the other one comes on the joining fetch. So like.
Well, no, but like we're talking about the number of parameters.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not sure why the nested thing makes you so sad. You already have nested.
But that's the only other way out of it is to go back to separate messages. The only way to avoid the nested or duplicated parameters is to go back to having truly 2 different
Okay,
messages.
having 2 messages is like joining fetch all over again.
No, we don't want to do that. I want a single message. It's not like there's a single parameter parser that I have for everything because like most requests have a single set of parameters and now there's this like weird nesting. I mean, I don't know how you spelled the nesting thing. Maybe it's like, I'm sure it's not like difficult to implement. It's just very inelegant.
I don't know, do you have immutable extensions in your, because it's the
Yeah,
identical
that
code of
is true.
immutable
Like
extensions.
I think I have like a big to-do.
Yeah, I mean. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like maybe it already sucks. That's all. Can you please like take a look at
We will.
it?
I think
That's all I ask. And if I trust your judgment, if it's like no, there's that like sucks, and it's like 15 more parameters, then yeah, I got you.
Well, let me say one more thing I realized I did not put on the slide, which is I am not intending to remove standalone fetch immediately anyway. I don't know if that makes people sad or not.
How about the PR?
Okay, you can make a follow-up PR that removes standalone fetch if you really want to. I'm not.
PR will be much easier to write than this one, so it's fine.
Yeah.
We read them separately.
Yes, but MOQ take the bullets, which is for you.
Okay. Gwendolyn?
One point about the nested parameter is that with this system, we will have 2 branches. One will be for the fill fetch, one will be for the feature stuff, and they will be kind of run in parallel. Okay. And so you will have 2 different kind of parameters. It makes sense, and you will have the tool management of errors as well. And there is no mention of it, but I think we should clarify that if you have 1 error on the fetch, what should be the consequence on the live, and if you have the same current group, I mean, the current group is removed. So if the live has some issues, should we do the fetch? So here, this one is specified, but the other one is not really.
Yes. I think you left that on the PR though. Yeah. Okay. So we'll try to address. And if people have other feedback, read the PR, read them, and then we'll try to incorporate that as well.
When you do an update, not just errors, but when you do an update, you also specify both legs. When you do an update, the update will have nested parameters too for the nested leg.
Wouldn't it?
I guess. I guess it has to.
Or we can take Martin's advice and flatten it.
But even the flattened version, the update will have to have all the flattened.
If you want those parameters, if you want to set the build timeout and you request that update, you got to send it somewhere.
If you want to change the build timeout.
You want to change the build timeout or set a different priority on that build fetch stream, like you got to send it somewhere.
You just need to understand that we have 2 legs now, and so we have like multiple.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so my goal is to try to get this into draft 19, which means if there's any separate design PR, any design PR that people are hoping to land in draft 19 needs to be open on the repo by a week from Monday. because we have a 2-week review period for design PRs. So if you want it landed by July 6th, get it up by 6/22. That applies to all of our issues, not just this one.
Oh, that's terrifying.
You can tell me I don't need to leave the design PRs on for 2 weeks.
That's totally great. It's just like, isn't there like 3 more weeks in this month?
Oh, that's what you're, gotcha. Okay, that was everything on the first up. On current group, should be a small number of participants that really want current group, we feel strongly about it. There was concern that Mo pointed out yesterday, that this thing may not work as well as some people think it will. It kind of depends on how you're doing subgroup mapping and what your video code strategies are. Someone threw out at the end, like, give the people what they want, which is like some kind of option, which is like, I want current group over subgroups instead of fetch. And that, I heard even scarier stuff. It's like, I want the future over fetch. Like, which terrifies me. I guess I sort of worry like that. Sort of that means that every relay, if we add that, is every relay and original publisher going to have to support both modes? And I don't totally understand how to make the prioritization work correctly in the case we were just talking about, where like I want 11A. If we take 11A and 11B and we deliver them all together as current group, it's hard to express that like in any way other than descending that like I want 12. If 12 comes, I want that higher than 11, even though I'm still quoting ascending.
I'm definitely in the let them eat cake category, right? Like, this is not, and even if, but I need to point out that all of this stuff is going to be a little bit, remember we have relays that don't cache, and those relays are never going to do any of this. It's just like, it's off the table for them. So this needs to be somewhat optional. And people might say, oh no, we should change that. But given there's no limit to a group size, I have a group that your relay will not cache, no matter what the value of your relay is, right? So I think that we have to acknowledge that any of this, give me the whole groups, any of this replay stuff is best effort at best. And I don't care if we say like let's add some piece of it in, it can be spec'd and well defined. I do agree that I've implemented this, we've tried it, like our data shows it doesn't work, but go for it. But I don't think it's that hard to necessarily implement if you have it in cache. I think that where things go really wrong is when it's not in cache, and that's and like all the proposals so far on this, in my mind, sort of hand wave the problem of what you do when it's not in cache. And that's okay too. Like that's fine. But I think I'd rather. What I don't want to do is lose the modes that do work. That's what's important to me.
Yeah,
so I want my bread, but you can have your cake. That's where I am.
I guess that sort of sounds what you're saying sounds a little bit like what Rewind was. Like, go back as far as you can, as far as you want, kind of best effort. But at least one of the people who really wants current group didn't want Rewind because of the optionality. Like, it's like they wanted more of like the structural guarantee of joining fetch. I'm going to get it for you.
That's what I've heard from several proponents. We guaranteed want this to work, right? But there's never been a proposal on, I get they want that. I wish I could have that too. That'd be wonderful. But there's no way to build that. It's impossible. So that's why we don't have it, right? So you either need to propose how to solve the impossible, or you need to accept it. It's best effort. It's those two options, right?
Or you can enforce it by requiring an upstream fetch. There's always
no requirement for the original publisher to have the data.
There's always an option of like it's not available at any price. Like the original publisher has thrown away all the objects and there are no caches between the subscriber and you. Like it's gone, it failed. I'm sorry. Right. Like that's also true of fetch. But I think that there's sort of these in-between cases where like, oh well, you still, if I'm a non-cached relay and somebody says subscribe current group, I'm going to go send a bunch of fetches to the OP.
Sure, I'm fine with any well-specified proposal in that category. Just don't break the other stuff in the process.
I think what I might do is delegate one of the people who is really either you, Ian, or Victor, or Luke, or 3 of you to go be in charge of the follow-on current group, which can lift the current text, but I think it needs some massage potentially once we make other changes. Yeah.
Is anyone actually building a non-caching relay?
Yes.
Ours, you can turn the cache off and not cache.
It seems we have a lot of complexity because we have to count for the case where there's no cache.
Even if you're a caching relay, if your cache has a maximum size, groups have no maximum size, so there's your problem.
And the ones that we're doing for like Wi-Fi access points, like the caches are much smaller than the group.
I mean, basically, when we do hit that problem, sooner or later,
Yeah.
again, it's obvious that even if you cache, someone cache all possible groups because they're infinite and long.
Okay,
Just check.
I mean, everybody good with this sort of plan moving forward for current group? I don't know if this is gonna make 19 or not. I mean, it seems like we need to probably talk about it more
Depends on those access points.
after we see the follow-up. On switch from, I was trying to recollect what people wanted. I think I mostly heard it was okay to move more or less with what we have that's there, with mode hard and mode soft. And it sounded like maybe we want some more modes, but I'm kind of inclined to sort of do this like, why don't we put that in 19? And maybe Ali and his friends can work some magic and tell us if it's doing what they want it to do, and if we need to rip something out or add something in 20 before it gets broad implementation. I think I know you said you wanted hard only.
No, but actually, my preference would, could we please have this is in separate PR? So have a hard only PR that had the basic mechanism plus hard. Get that as one PR because I think we can land that right away. And then have a separate PR for soft, scrambled, over easy, whatever the other ones are, and see and get a little like I'm not against a soft one, but like I think soft might take longer to land than hard. I'm saying land the basic thing with hard right away.
Is it because you don't think soft ever does anything useful?
Look, all I think that's where I would read that. I mean, let's ask the chairs what they got out of the meeting yesterday and what we had broad consensus and what parts did not have broad consensus, right? Like, I think this is not my interpretation of what happened yesterday.
Well, that's why I brought it up. I wanted to clarify. What do you want? I mean, I think right now the way it's specified is there's a bit harder, soft. I could definitely take that bit out, and the first grab is.
I'm fine with an enum that says hard, and it's there, and we know soft is coming or whatever. I think there'll be. I'm not saying there won't be more. I'm just saying what we need on the more is undefined.
Does anyone else besides Colin have concerns of soft?
My interpretation was hard everyone was immediately, and soft there were a few edge cases which we thought need some more work. The text as it is written did not meet that requirements.
Did you read the text in the PR or the text on the slide?
Wait, soft means finish the group.
Soft means
right?
finish this. You will set the filter to the start group -1. I mean, it's incredibly clear what the relay should do. It maybe is less clear if it solves all the problems we want it to solve, but I think the only way we're going to find that out is if we write it down, people implement it, and we get the data.
So if I remember, like hard basically has very little to do with group boundaries. And
Correct.
Soft has a lot to do with group boundaries.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, just want to clarify. Okay.
Although Colin had a proposal for soft, which is not group aligned, it's just saying, stop.
The current group.
Stop the current group, stop after you finish, deliver the end of this group.
Right, so that respectfully, so that means you will switch on a group boundary rather than like right
But
now.
instead of the start group boundary, it's the whatever group boundary the suspend track happens to be on when it switches.
It's unaligned group boundaries.
One question, so people have a large number, and the group number is big, which one actually is soft one?
If you have a large number as the group boundary,
Yeah.
it'll still do the group boundary -1. I mean, that's just how it's defined to work. Now, if your tracks are unrelated in groups, that might not do the right thing.
Alan, is Colin's suggestion particularly hard to actually execute on? It's because what we're talking about here is.
I'm trying to, okay, go ahead.
What does these additional enumerations mean? And that's definition text, and you're having that just in a separate.
I mean, I don't think it's technically hard. What I want to unblock the people like Ali who are going to go build and experiment and come back with data. And so rather than
Everybody else is doing that without it being landed in the draft,
fair.
so it doesn't need to be landed in the draft.
Right.
okay, I would appreciate like if your specific concern is that you don't think soft works for some edge cases. Is that what you're saying?
I think we need more discussion of whether soft's designed right. I think soft's the wrong design. I think it should be different. But it may be that we need soft as defined and we need something else as well. I just think there's a lot of discussion that's needed around that. And I think the rest of your PR you could land today.
Okay, I'm happy to take the W. I would appreciate if you can articulate maybe on the list the specific cases where you think it's broken so that we can people can address them.
Another way you could go is just create the software part simultaneoly so it can be slated in GitHub.
Instead of a bid, why not make it an enum? And then you can do hard and soft now, put those in, and then if we need more later, you can add them. You won't have to fundamentally change anything other than a table.
I mean, even from a sensibility point of view, this should be an enum, even if the only thing we're doing in this version of the draft is software.
And it's already like this, huh? You have like 6 bits.
Yeah, I know I just did it in bits, but I can do this email, it's fine. Yeah. Okay.
Can we set a timeout on the comments? Meaning, I want
Whenever you
to
get
have written
consensus.
comments, but if they don't come in 2 weeks, well, this is not happening.
I mean,
Something like this, I mean, because we have been turning
I'll
on
tell-
Switch for 15 months.
I'm giving you a huge gift right now. I'm saying you can land the most important
Well,
part of it today.
Well, no, that's not true.
Because you guys are arguing with me, no, we would like to slow this down and tie it up in an argument that will go beyond. Are you sure you want that?
okay, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna change it to an enum. I'm gonna take soft out, hard in, and we're gonna I'll go get the 4 stamps it needs.
Hardness is stop forwarding. Your
Yeah.
soft is common group, in common group.
Not common group. We don't look at the, only
Means that you're
Right.
not common.
Okay.
I think go write the PR.
Okay, I'm gonna write 2 PRs. They'll be up today or tomorrow. Their 2-week clock starts. We manage to get 4 stamps on the 4 necessary stamps on a design PR over 2 weeks. It's going in. That's our rule.
I think I'm curious. Let me ask one question. So the switch from came because you wanted to solve the request problem between 2 different requests, right?
Yes.
And I think that's all the switch use case, that's fine, but does your PR today, go to explain how the dependent requests work? Or is it only focused on how to switch?
The discussion yesterday was, are there any dependent request use cases that are not joining fetch, which we're killing it in a different way, or switching from track A to track B? And no one said that there was.
So this is basically switching use case, not request blocking.
What we said was there is no request blocking use case that is not a switch use case. That's what the discussion was yesterday, and nobody raised any. If you have additional use cases, please bring them now.
Before this last
Because they probably won't work. I mean, or like, I also asked Cullen, like, are there use cases where I want to stop 1 track and start 2? Or stop 3 and start 3? Or is it always pairwise? And he said it's mostly always pairwise.
Yes, there are use cases like that. No, I don't want to, I'm happy to solve a limited use case. This has huge value without solving every use case in the world. Yeah.
All right, 2 PRs forthcoming. I think that's everything in this. So we switch to the issue. We left off at. Ian, are you ready to take notes?
Sure.
This, I think this was the last one we did. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. This may be quick. I mean, so we've had this issue open a while, possibly, like, what can we do to make mock support VOD better? And the answer is like 1642 makes VOD a little better. Does anybody want to do anything else? No, we're good?
1642 is nice. So, as a reminder, when we say 1642, it's that you can make an initial request for a set of objects, and then just do an update.
You do a request update for another set of objects.
Yeah, which seems more efficient than independent.
So, oh, because then you don't have to send the properties all.
No,
and all that
you
stuff.
just
Okay,
send.
yeah.
You don't have to resend the tracking, you don't have to resend everything.
Is there any concern that you can't actually modify a fetch anymore?
We modified.
You can never.
I don't
You
think
can
there's
do, you can do a request update.
there's
on
no,
The
no.
only thing you can request update on the next today is
You can't change any part of the range.
how would you interpret the data stream if you did that?
Yeah, it's kind of-
Then, but then what happens if there's, anyway, no, that doesn't work, no. I mean, you can't do that in HTTP either. You make a range request, you want a different range, you can't say a different range request. Okay, I'm not here, I think this is Peter, yes.
Q.
Oh, there's you, okay, so,
So I have a question like that. I while implementing the chat application, this is one use case that came to my mind is that I want to get the live feed of post typing and everything. At the same time, I want to also go in history and figure out what's happened in the last day, so that I can build my chat UI. So if you kill fetch, no, I'm just like this. There's a strong proponent to kill fetch. How would we do that?
I think in this case, I think that is a reason why you might want to keep standalone. Because in this case, the only way to do that is multiple ranges.
Disagree. You, in your chat, every minute you create a new group, right? Depending how far back your users you want them to join, either right at the beginning or 5 minutes back. You then just do a subscribe and say relative group join five groups back, and you'll get your.
But what I think you can't do is be subscribed to live and then go do trick play on the same subscription. Because it's like my current, you only get one range, right? It's like my current range is like from largest object forward. And so it's like, I want to get from an hour ago.
Right, this is typically how every chat application is, right? Especially end-to-end encryption chat application. So when someone joins, they get keys for the last 15 minutes so they can see what happened. And in the background, you go fetch for the old keys because let's say I went on a trip and came back for 7 days forward, I want to reinvent everything. You go fetch each of those keys and then fetch each of those messages and give different loading. The way I would implement it until the chat application right now I have worked implemented is a subscribe to the live feed and fetch populating in the background, and UI renders that one. If you kill the fetch, then this would basically mean that I don't have a cleaner way to separate those things.
Well, you can make another subscribe to the same.
You don't have two subscriptions, they're not allowed, right?
Can we not talk about killing fetch right now?
That's the problem is you have, this is subscribe one, like.
Yeah, because you say to war, but it's basically this 13 sections as possible improvements. If everything we consider in the discussions happen this way, implements more. Not
Just because 1642 improves VOD over what you can do with fetch. It's not me saying, I think we should keep standalone fetch, personally.
That's the problem. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Then let's.
No, because this is, we are already having two-headed here. One plus one, some people.
But that's not what we're talking about right now. Like if somebody wants to file an issue that says, if you're going to make a PR, it says remove fetch, we can argue about it.
You're asking this is good. At the same time, I'm hearing someone saying that we'll kill the fetch altogether. If both are taken together, it will break many of the applications today.
I hear what you're saying. I don't want to kill it. I'm on your team.
Two opposing decisions kind of trying to land at the same time.
Okay. Is there anybody in the queue who does not want to talk about it?
This is, can you clarify when you would use this versus when you would not? What does this not support? And clarify in the PR, what does this not support?
The thing, to answer your question, what it doesn't support is a disjoint fill range from your subscription range. Because you only get one range. And so, so I mean, but when you said location filter, you were asking like, do you want more than one range for location? And
I said we could relax it.
We could. It makes me worried about it. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. So that's like a TBD. But that's the thing that I think that's what breaks. That's why Suhas, if we did that, that's why Suhas's case would break unless we allowed disjoint.
Yeah, so 13 section I would say no, depending upon no arrest depending upon what answer to that would be.
Okay. I don't. Anyway,
Colin, I forgot answer.
So look, this is not, like, this needs a lot more discussion here. Like, at 1642, as I remove it, it removes joining fetch, right, as a starting point. So like.
This came as an accident. This was not like intentional, but after we were talking about it, we're like, wait a second. This is now something that is possible.
Okay, so I don't want to remove joining fetch until we do other stuff. And this, so I see this slide being presented sort of like as a, we'll talk about this detail, which when we agree to this detail will be assumed to mean we agree to the whole 1642.
1642 is about removing joining fetch, not standalone.
Joining fetch, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not talking about removing fetch. I don't want to move fetch. It's a separate issue, right? I'm not talking about that, right?
All I'm saying is that.
Okay. So I'm not on 16, like we need to talk about 1642 before we talk about this nit of 1642.
Yeah,
that's what we just did.
Okay, well then I want to talk, no, we talked about what we were going to add. We did not talk about removing joining fetch. In the whole conversation, people said we don't want to break the stuff we have in the previous conversation.
Sorry, the functionality of joining fetch is exactly replicated in the thing I covered 20 minutes ago. Like, is exactly joining fetch in one fewer control message. Nothing on the wire will change other than the control spell.
Sure. So when we land that, then we can talk about like whether we're moving all of this stuff. I think we need to land that before we start breaking the stuff. that working applications rely on.
I have not proposed breaking anything.
Okay,
At all.
removing joining fetch will break things.
That was in 1642.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, sorry, you did not remove, okay.
That's what's on the slide here, 1642, the following is possible, right?
Okay.
So the question is, are we discussing something that assumes all that? That's where I'm lost.
Okay, I think you probably missed yesterday's conversation in 1642 where it says this functionality is replacing joining fetch. Because joining fetch is removed in 1642. That does not mean the use case solved by joining fetch is broken. The subscriber will see the exact same bits on the wire. They will get subscribe data from large subject forward in the subgroups of datagrams, and they will get a fill fetch stream, which is identical to the stream that would have been produced by joining fetch. It's just spelled with one control message instead of two.
Exactly, you do probably not have to change the API.
Yeah. Does that make you more comfortable? I'm not trying to take anything away from anything. I'm just trying to spell
I'll
it.
read it when the PR is there.
Okay, the PR is there. Oh,
Where,
sorry,
what's the PR?
1642.
Okay, it doesn't say that. It doesn't have what we were just talking about in the slide. It just removes, it's significantly different than what we were just talking about.
Can't wait till you read it, Colin.
So I'm going to give you time to write the PRs. I'm fine with that, right?
All right. I think what I've heard is that, okay, there's still a queue. Martin.
Oh, yeah, rather than actually close this, I would like you to make this editorial. Because like, this is like the secret way to do it. It's entirely not obvious to me. This is like the right way to do VOD, because like it's stuff in the past and like fetches for the past. It would be great to, as much as I would love us all to have long careers as consultants to decode all these weird things, like I think the draft should say like, this is a technique, like you can use this to, well, like you can do 1316 this way, and that is like a way to do it that is efficient.
Okay, I think that's great. We can add a note.
Yeah, thank you. That's all.
I mean, I just want to flag that there's things that I think that we should deal with in here. Like, for example, if you did this in a bot and the delivery mode was datagram, the sender would instantly send all the datagrams. They would instantly all be lost. And like, you know, you'd get no delivery.
How is
I
it
understand
different?
bot isn't generally done over datagram. I get that, right? But like, there's probably some things we need to talk about rate limiting and how you flow control this and those things that we need to deal with. So
I think you're drastically misunderstanding everything on the slide. Let me talk to you in the break.
Perfect. I'll do that. Okay.
Okay.
Just to clarify, 1316, the improvements they wanted wasn't really about fetch. It was talking about subscribe, streams, and pacing. And that's definitely not in 16.
That's why I'm asking. Does this,
Yes.
is there anybody who is
It should not close 1316 because what they're asking for has nothing to do with fetches. They're asking for subscribe semantics with pacing in the
Which I'm all in favor of.
pod. That's totally different than what nobody's been talking about doing that.
Yes,
Maybe close it, but nothing to do with 1622.
I have a proposed resolution. Add, you know, editorial text in 1642 lands about like how to do this, and that's a great thing to do. And then maybe if someone wants to write an individual draft about the rest of the other cool stuff in this issue, they should feel free to.
I agree.
Because I mean, I would actually be interested in potentially writing an individual draft, but I don't know when I'm gonna have time. But like, I think doing this correctly requires like a few things stuck together. Like it requires like the flow control PR or someone one of it too, right?
Right.
So
I'm not saying this is the only way to do it. I'm just saying.
but I think, I mean, this feels out of scope for like where the working group is at the moment, unless something dramatic changes.
Okay.
That's, I don't know, that's my read of the room. It's like, we haven't spent the last year talking about it, and so at this point, probably it's a little late.
Right. I think that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't want to do anything more. This is like a happy accident. Otherwise, I would have said, close to it and move to an extension if you want more about stuff. Time?
I'm thinking about the behavior of VDR. If we implement the fashion this way, if we want to change to another track, do we need to cancel the previous subscribe?
Probably, or you could switch from.
Yeah. If so, it sounds a little complex. If we want to frequently change track.
Okay. I think it may be, I'm not sure that this makes it any more or less complex. I'm going to move on from this one. I think some editorial text is good. Should the publisher be able to update the default publisher priority? This is an issue we talked about in Toronto, and we parked it. So to remind you, the default publisher priority is set up as a track property, and it means that if you can omit the priority on the data plane, as long as it's the same one as the default track in the track property. Updating it is racy, because if you get an object that isn't a priority, you don't really know if it was sent before or after the update. And also, you can't modify track properties. We talked yesterday about them being mutable. So you could like try to override it with an object property, but then what if a late joiner like missed that signal? I don't know. Like for low bit rate datagrams where like you really want to compress that byte out, it might be nice, but otherwise maybe we should just skip this and say you can't do this in MOQ TV1 to us.
At any point in time, a publisher can override property in the object.
In an object, yes.
That's totally fine. If a publisher was setting in like video streamer property 10 and suddenly changes the object property to 5, there will be some objects that might get older, some get this happens. I don't think so. That the racing part is there, but for short term, and things will get off time.
But what if the object that you changed it in got dropped or got reordered? Yeah, you set it to 5 and then you set it to 4, and then what is the?
If the publisher is doing so much of changes, then you should expect something.
I think the answer is like if it's not the default, you have to put it on the wall.
Yeah, sure.
And I think you cannot change the default.
I would say the track property cannot make the property of playing the track property immutable is good thing.
Yes.
At object level, if the publisher knows exactly what is doing, so you can't expect every object someone changes the product and everything to over.
Yeah. Again, I'm not taking anything away. Every object, the priority model being specified the priority on the wire and the data plane is still there. This is just a compression optimization.
I was going to go the opposite direction. I think this is important for audio, and I think priority is used frequently on audio and moved around. And in audio, it never really matters that you have this racy condition for a small point, because that's the point where you're changing the priorities anyway. If it happens like one packet before and after, it doesn't matter. But the standard practice for when a thing doesn't matter like that is you'll put it in the data packets that are near the time of where the race condition happens. And then you don't have to put it the rest time. So I don't think that we should try and solve the race condition in any way. We should just say it's racy, and if that's a problem for your application, put it in the objects during the time period where the race condition can happen. But I would like to have this because I think audio bandwidth, a byte matter, it's a lot of data.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm like, but that disagrees with what we said yesterday about track properties being immutable. And like, if I cache them, I don't ever have to refetch them.
I don't think we really got that.
And there's no message that can update a track property.
Well, it could be. But I mean, okay.
What I will say is you set a published message with property 3 and can, in order to change the property, you use another published message in updating that property 5.
Actually, let me ask a different question. This is just me forgetting. Do we have, so a bunch of our designs have the property that if something's missing, then if there's no property in the thing, you use whatever object in the track previously had that value. If so, then you basically can change it, right? It is a track property.
I see what you're saying. That's a different semantic. So what you're saying right now, if it's missing, it's the default from the track.
Right.
Which I believe is what we have in a number of other places.
Right.
But I think what you're asking for is like, if you see a different one in the data plane, that updates the default implicitly.
The data plane default one, which overrides the track.
We can write it like that.
That would solve my problem. I don't care about either.
But then what happens if somebody joins later?
What happens when you lose that?
Like you said, they included in the data plane.
Yeah. No, I just think this is when we should change the track property. Everything else in the track changes. It's not. Walk me through the advantages of it being immutable.
We were the ones we talked about yesterday. If I have all the track properties and the track properties are large, I don't have to re-get them every time I want to get some information about this track. I have a gap in my cache and filling with fetch, but I already have your 20K worth of properties cache. I don't want to re-get them.
Right, but would you need to retransfer this if you already had it? You'd only change, I guess.
Modified since?
No, I'm not talking about that complexity.
Can you accept request update now?
You cannot change the property with request update. It's not a thing. Well,
Yeah, so I'm opposite. I think track properties are designed to be immutable over the life of a track. That's their definition. And if you have something like the priority that you want that you know is going to change for your track, like an audio track, don't put it in the track property. Track property is not the place for it. Write it as object properties, and then there's no problem. So I'm in the camp that the track properties, once they're immutable, they're cacheable, they're retrievable, they don't change. And then if you have stuff that's changing, we have properties to put it in. We have ways to signal it mid-track. And once you start signaling mid-track, you have to constantly signal it mid-track. Is the consequence of that, because joiners can join at any time.
I just had an idea we could change for like datagram specifically. We could say something like, once you see it overridden in a group, it's like sticky for the rest of the group or something. Like so you might send it for the first 10 datagrams of the group and then not send it anymore. And then when it changes, you send it for the next 10 datagrams or something.
Subscribe.
No, you guys, no. Okay, you're doing all my ideas. Okay, Ian.
I was going to comment that maybe priority is a different type of thing from other track properties, and like maybe we don't want other track properties to change, but like maybe we need to do something special for a priority, but I don't know if we want to design it on the fly right now. And then like,
okay.
Which is another way of saying like, I mean, we can probably put something in the data plane that is reliable, but like, you know, my first intuitive idea is like, well, why don't you just put it as in like a bit on the object that says like, this changes it for all future objects, but then it's like, well, if you don't get that object, then you'll never know. So like, I mean, we need some way to like actually like make sure the person gets it. I think putting it somewhere in the data plane is probably the right thing to do.
Okay. I'm gonna jump ahead of Victor here, but I was coming to the same point of view as Ian on this. We should and not design it on the fly, but I think that we could design this and just priorities unique. Well, priority not anything else. Yep.
Yeah, you know, I think
Victor?
I'm gonna agree with Will, but with exactly opposite argumentation. It's because they're cacheable, they're immutable. It's everything in MOQ that is cacheable is immutable. If we come up with a way that lets you override it without overriding the canonical representation of objects, that might be fine.
Okay, what I'm gonna say is I would like to, if sounds like people are interested in this, I would like to see a PR. I don't want to write the PR. Who's going to do it?
I'm gonna send it to me and I'll try to write something.
You will also, by the way, we have a lot of needs PRs to get done by June 22nd, so you might want to nominate somebody else to own that.
Someone else want to write this PR? Am I volunteering? Please don't step back at once.
I will work with whoever's writing this PR, but I'm not going to volunteer to do it.
What was the outcome? They're immutable?
It sounds like people like the immutability property. Maybe we could bend the rules and say priority is an exception. Sounds like maybe you could come up with some clever way to modify it in the data plane. I don't know. People need to think more about it. We are interested in seeing a solution for this use case. I've heard all those things.
I mean, one way to put it is there's a subscription state that can override the track property in a particular case. I can write it.
You are, okay. Michael's gonna try to write something down and you can work with Ian and Colin are interested. Thank you. And Ian, you're still writing the resolutions?
I'm writing.
The resolutions of these things? Okay. Rate limiting request update. This actually is interesting because of our conversation yesterday about FIFO updates to request updates, and I'm not sure if anybody gave more thought to that overnight. I give it a little bit. Let me talk about this problem first. So since we moved to byte streams, there is no limit to the number of request updates that you can send. And this class of attacks is super popular in HTTP, where people send, if you don't rate limit the control messages, then people will send you lots of them and try to get you to do asymmetric work. This will be used against MOQ. This is people who review our draft will tell us that we need to have solutions for this problem. So we do allow coalescing of request updates. So you can delay processing, or like you get one packet, you can say, I'm not gonna do the request updates until I have processed all of the messages in this packet, and then coalesced all the request updates and then apply one. So like, that does limit the damage some. So,
I mean, as it currently stands, we don't have a request ID and a request OK, so you cannot in fact aggregate the responses.
you can't aggregate the response, so usually, it still generates n request OKs, if you
Yes.
count how many you need to send.
Yes.
But you can, if somebody said forward 041, forward 041, you can just like skip to the end. And
Oh,
just
yes,
apply
yes,
one
yes,
time.
okay, right.
Like, that's what we allow, but it is extra processing if you have to do that, and it only works probably, like, the more delay you put in there, the more protection you have.
So is the problem that like the actions that come from the request update are expensive?
They can be, that's what people
Okay.
have found, and like, unless I'm.
It's not the message itself.
It's not the parsing of the message that's necessarily problematic, because they're fairly small, although they could be large. But it's more like, I don't know which of our messages generate, like, I don't know, if you're flipping 0 and 1, and then that causes you to go upstream and flip upstream subscription 0, 1, like, that'll just create a bunch of upstream control message churn or something. Or someone will come up with
Well, so I mean, like,
fill fetch streams are gonna
well,
go.
so, yeah, right, so I think especially to the extent that there's external operations that happen, like forwarding a request up, you can't respond to the request update until you get the response upstream. So, I mean, as I proposed yesterday, I think the correct way to do this is read a request update. If you can like immediately request OK that because there's no like external like asynchronous operations, great, then you move to the next request update. If you're blocking to going to a server, you're passing something upstream or whatever, I'm gonna stop reading from that ID stream. Because of, like I can't do anything with, because you need to process these in order, I can't do anything at request update. So I could buffer it if I wanted to be like in the app if I wanted to be insane, but why not just leave it on the stream? So I think there's a natural rate limit in that, assuming that.
If we agree on FIPA order, they need to vote.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I will say that there is a PR that's open that we talked about, I think, in Lily Parks, which is like, you could just have the server also set a maximum, like, I will only accept one outstanding request update, or I will accept 5.
Now, to the extent that a request update can be processed synchronously, but is expensive, like I'm rehashing the entire table. Like if there's some sort of update like that, that's potentially a problem here because I would take the update, I would rehash the table, which is sad. I send the request OK, and then go right next to the next request update, just gonna rehash the table. And I don't know if that's a thing, but my pitch on FIFO doesn't solve that problem.
I see. So you might need both.
I think that does. Well, I mean, I would have to think and analyze like how request updates can go bad. Yeah. I guess if the token processing was local and expensive, that could be bad.
There's a few other people.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Victor?
I was there for previous issue.
Oh, whoops.
No, okay. So look, I think there's a whole, I mean, this is not HTTP, and what's really different to it is we're very unlikely to have anonymous people using it. You're very unlikely to have anyone connecting to high content production relays that don't have a token of some sort authorizing them into this namespace. And so I think that there's a whole bunch of stuff in the draft that we need to talk about where actually the solution that solves it is you know who made this request and you can go beat them with a stick, right? And like there's lots of protocols that are like this, and I think that this is one of the ways we're thinking about it. Like using everything from HTTP isn't quite the same. So yeah, you can always rate limit these things or slow them down, but I don't think you really need to think about that. You're going to need to think about what information's in the token, what they're authorized to do. So let me give you an example. All of this is a drop in the bucket compared to me dropping, 100 megabits per second of data into the track, right? That's a much bigger problem for the relay. And so I think where we need to talk about the type of things that you might want to limit in tokens, like rate limits, like somebody who's a publisher for a high volume, I publish thousands of tracks received by thousands of people, might have a much higher rate limit than a single client that's allowed to provide one audio video stream into it. So I think we need to talk about the type of things, the information you might want to be able to correlate a token to authorizing, and then how we filter and authorize those. I mean, there's a big section of work we need to do in the drafts as a whole. It's a broad thing of how we solve all these DDoS things. And just thinking about them one-off is the wrong way to do design. But that is the real solution here is what was the person authorized to do? And then what are the limits that we want to limit based on their authorization?
I agree that the authorization can be part of the story, but I don't think that we can just always say that like, that everyone will have a token that says how many request updates they can do and you'll enforce that rate limit. And like that will solve every problem. I think
I'm not saying designed as that, but I think what I'm saying is I don't think there's many anything else I think you do have to have some information about the context of what this application is meant to be doing and what they're authorized to do on your network before you can decide what an appropriate rate limit is for. Ignore this. Let's talk about something like ingress of how much data can you publish on a single track, right? That's going to be the type of things that we'll sort of have to touch on here a little bit. I don't see this as being any different than any of the other ones. I just don't think this is a problem really. I think it's.
Oh, are you saying put the limits in the tokens?
I'm saying the tokens. No, I'm saying the tokens are going to associate you with some sort of authorization with some sort of business logic. But the type of limits that the business logic will like to apply, we need to outline what those are. This might be one.
So within the relay, the token is associated with limits.
Yeah.
So the token, okay, the token, the logic of the relay.
Maybe not have direct.
Yeah, no, the token's not going to have a value toward an ID. Yeah, the token's an ID, but that ID corresponds to some sort of set of limits that will be applied. And what we need to figure out from the standards point of view is not whether the value of the limit is 1 megabit per second or 100 megabits per second. We have to figure out what are the things that are reasonable to put limits on, right?
I'm sort of looking in Mike's direction to find out like how many of these things are already covered in the draft or are gaps, because that's sort of the place where you can do the work that you want to do in terms of identifying the problems that need to be addressed.
Yeah, I guess my question is, insofar as you see the token informing what the limit should be, what's the granularity that you think is necessary there? Like, is it on a per scope basis for an application, or is it more like you might have a bunch of different things factors within that scope and you want different limits for all of them?
I honestly think that most applications is going to have one limit for the scope, and then I think there'll be some applications where there'll effectively be two different types of tokens, one that corresponds to machine accounts that can do a shitload from a data center, and user accounts that can't. I think that's what I see deployed in practice, so those sort of two different levels. And then I think that you see at some level, like you see this on AWS across some of their services, that it's just sort of like, they're not even, they have sort of 3 granular levels of limits, or like a small handful number of limits that you pick one up across across every customer, across every scope, right? Like any of those things work, but I mean, look at how an AWS server rate limits its total networking bandwidth that you can run on a given instance of an AWS server. I mean, that's specified by which one you buy, and when you got a token that represents what you're using, and you go do it. Right? That's how they protect their network. Because there's nothing else they can do to protect their network. And a lot of these, there's not much else you can do to protect the network.
Yes, there are going to be request updates at some point probably that can be somewhat costly. I think there's mitigations at the moment are fairly straightforward, because like the attacks that are the best for request updates, like if I'm an attacker, when I put my attacker hat on, is like I'm going to put like 300 request updates in one packet. I'm going to do some like very quite efficient thing that is going to cost me like a ton of CPU. And so that's one of the motivations behind these, like you can go less bunch of request updates together is like, well, now you're just applying one. And unless we add some magic parameter that like, is like 300 terrible parameters or something, like one request update can't do that much. And I mean, the other thing is like fairness, like whether it's MOQ or anything else, like if I have 1,000 sessions, I'm going to try to limit the total number of messages I process per session, probably like in an equal loop. So like that way I have like some amount of fairness. So like, yes, it might burn some extra CPU if I'm processing too many of these things, but like at least, it's not really fairness for like anti-starvation kind of thing. So like I have to have some anti-starvation limits to keep the server like in check anyway, and that if someone was flooding me with request updates, that would naturally provide aggregation of request updates. Like, because the next time I came around, it's like, oh well, now I have another 100, so I can like. At some point, yes, it's abuse. At some point, I'm going to be like, you send me 14,000 request updates for one subscription. This seems weird. Bye. Like, but I mean, I'm gonna have to set that limit awfully high. I know. I'm gonna have to set that limit.
We defined that's how broad works a minute ago, but yes, no, I totally agree. There's a point where you just have to be a single thing.
But it's probably gonna be like 10,000. It's probably gonna be a very big number that's gonna be so big that like it won't handle like minor abuse cases. So I don't know.
I feel like I'm the only one here who's had to deal with these like CVEs coming in about like, oh, turns out if you send up too many like priority updates, like that causes like massive like CPU problems. And so like you need to like explicitly put in rate limiting governors here or things like rapid reset where like, like
I remember.
Okay, everyone seems to be like hand waving over this in a way that like I'm surprised by, but like this is a working group, and so I'm will defer to the working group.
I'm not hand waving over it. I'm saying I'm actually the opposite of that. I'm saying instead of thinking about each one of these things individually, let's just systematically think about all of them.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that those solutions that rely on subvention if you need as in they are a layer of defense, but in general, I would expect a lot of the systems to have publicly available streams.
Okay. Martin?
Okay, I'm reflecting on this. I stand by my point that I think for any synchronous operation that request update causes, I think the FIFA thing completely solves it. So regarding like a local operation that is expensive, you can certainly imagine a new parameter that somebody invented that would be very expensive to do. And so that's like a bit of a risk, I suppose. We could look at the existing parameters. I don't, and the worst thing I could think of is maybe what's that?
Fill?
Oh, yeah, but that.
Which may embed another fill parameter inside of it now.
So, yeah, actually, so, right, well, Phil's not working in the draft yet, but yeah.
Right,
So
we really
Phil-
limit the number of fetches you can make, but we don't really limit the number of request updates that can spawn a fill string. That's a good example.
So, so does a new fill not cancel the old fill? Is that where we ended up?
No. I think I'm amenable to both possibilities, but
Okay.
as written, they don't.
They don't count, okay. So that is, okay, so that's potentially a bad one because then you have an unlimited number of requests. I mean, what used to be requests coming out. Another one that I thought might be expensive is delivery timeout. Because I think with delivery timeout, you have to then go update every open stream. Update the time for every open stream, which could be quite big. I don't think auth token is bad, because that's probably just like a block decrypt operation or something, which is like compared to like the encrypting a quick packet, like who cares?
This has to be big enough. You can't send that many, because you gotta decrypt it.
Yeah. So like I'm like mildly concerned. I do think that sort of
Could you say could you just go back? I just missed it. Was the timeout one on the?
So if you update the delivery timeout parameter, I mean, you may have a timer running on every single subgroup, every single stream you have open for a subscription, which conceivably could be a lot of streams.
Yeah.
In which case, or maybe it's a per group, I don't know, but either way, it could be a lot. So that is potentially like a lot of iterating through all your streams and updating them would be sad. So that's
Priority is kind of the same way.
What's that?
Priority is the same way. Change the subscriber priority.
No, actually, because well, how I implemented it.
Well, no, that's fine.
Okay.
Maybe depending
because you get a queue of tracks, and then inside a track you have a queue of streams, and the subscribe priority does not affect the queue of streams at all because they're all the same. So you're just updating for the one track. So that's actually pretty cheap, I think, if you implement it right. So I guess the broader like bug point is that you could certainly embed another parameter that explodes the CPU if you made it a lot, and so we have to be careful about that. I don't know if, I suspect that Ian's like brute forcing, no, that's too many, 5 is probably good enough.
Can I ask in a different way? I mean, like the PR is like one parameter is simple check. I guess I don't totally understand why people are like, think that this is a horrible idea relative to the scope of the problem it might mitigate.
Okay, I'm ready PR. So what is it? What is
It's a setup option that says like, you can only send me this many outstanding request updates. It's a limit. And you have to get an okay from, or you have to get an okay from that before you can send another one.
Exceeding is a protocol violation?
Protocol violation.
Doesn't that get racy if like I lose acts or something? Lose request updates?
This is not across all streams, it's just on one stream. It's like the number of request updates per track. It can be sent without an act.
I guess I know I sent the okay if you got the okay, so yeah, maybe that works. I just want to make sure we're no longer racy, because normally for stuff this is like max. It's
oh, I see,
right.
Maybe they can pipeline it if you're not clever, like.
I don't know, I have to think about it, we should do it now, but like, we could have like a max request ID for the stream, I guess would be another way to.
I really don't want it to be that much, then it would bother. I thought this was a simple one.
Okay, my instinct says this works because if I sent you the okay, like you must have gotten the okay, and I clearly know I sent the okay for you to send more request update. I guess you could get wedged if the request update is getting lost. Not wedged, but like you could be blocked in a way that's unfortunate. If the return stream is just unlucky for whatever reason. But yeah, that seems like it would work.
Okay, what's the outcome here? People want to review the PR and see like yes or no, or like, I mean, I hear Colin, I don't want to dismiss what you're saying, Colin, which is like, there's other problems we can look at.
Yeah. You can land this without ignoring what I'm saying.
That's what I wonder if you could go to.
I mean, a default of 1 seems really big.
Well, okay, you can only send more. Default 5, I don't care.
Yeah, default infinity.
Yeah, if you unset it, this does nothing. Defaults is that's fine.
So on the larger thing, should we add an issue to those capture from
Sure. Martin's clearly thinking hard. I see my time is over thing, and people.
So like, that's just saying it's lunchtime, so like we'll conclude this issue and we'll get lunch.
Okay. Do we have a reasonable conclusion?
I think you should land it with default infinity, and I'm fine with that. Does anyone think that's a dumb idea?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
So after all that, like, yeah, sure.
Okay. How much time do we have after lunch to go over issues?
We have until 2:30, so we're gonna take a 1 hour lunch, so.
1 hour.
We have 1 hour.
Okay, let me just count how many issues we have.
Do you have a quick one you want now, or should we just go to lunch?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We talked about that one already.
Do you have a
We
quick
have 10
one?
issues left. Was there?
Or we can just go to lunch. Why don't we just go to lunch?
No, it's a reason phrase one.
Let's
just call it. Oh, how about this one? Difficult to limit resource consumption.
No.
Alan, would you rather eat, or would you rather
Let's
get things done before you
Okay,
leave?
it's 12:30. You have to go get your own food today. We're coming back here at 13:30. It will be a different Meet Echo session at 1:30, so you might as well log out of this one. Those of you who are remote, at 13:30 British summertime, you're gonna have to get onto a different Meet Echo session. So you might as well get off that one, okay? We'll see you all in an hour. Don't be late, we got a lot of stuff to go through.
I was serious, Alan. Would you rather spend half your time eating, or would you rather spend half your time doing? I mean, actually.
I'd rather eat hungry, so you can eat later. I'm hungry. We're gonna get angry and it's gonna be bad.
I think we can get, well, I don't know, we'll get through all 10. Well, I'm gonna have Martin set the system timer first.
Would you rather spend time building issues, or would you rather grab
I mean, we just told other people to take 4 hours.
Yeah.
You got 3 games on.
Alan, you did update slides. I think you want in the next session only work. Yeah,
You just copy them.
they are copied over.
The only change was today was adding 1 slide per services. Filed yesterday.
Okay.
That's the only difference. So. Not really.
Yeah, because I only copied over the ones that really each of the origin of things which ones are available this year, it's the 10,000.
Yeah.
Which ones come up in my MCR? Exactly, yeah, so I think, and that's, there's also the filters as well, yeah, so you've already got filters where you say, I don't want to provide this to but again, it's transparent to the origin is going to see what it is. It probably has to provide the metadata, as part of that, say, and yes, there's question, and there isn't, relay, to analyze all the video, that it doesn't scale. But yes, when most of that has, stuff has little impact on the origin. Yeah, all of this request, I think is a thing that's easy to spam and is expensive to complete. Mike cares a lot, because he runs the meetings. But the origin essentially doesn't. That whole 1643 or whatever, we probably do have to get about it because the fetch semantics are changing that ultimately come all the way through to the origin. And it's great because we've chosen not to implementation, so we put our time talking about right because our current use cases are contribution and monitoring, neither of which need. Absolutely, at some point, we've already got the demos with Firefly where we're acting as an origin, backbone network, and then etc. I think as those get more mature, things like that will be available because then, when it's a client delivering ultimately, maybe we weren't connected to you, but we do have the content, so the client really wants it from an hour ago. So, any suggestions from around here?
Yeah, so I think that most people are probably going down to more I'm going to stay here because I have to check on this. So to go, you go across that and then go
Oh, it's been great. Okay, it's under water.
yeah, it's like right at the end. Close the chair.
I can't do that.
Stay here.
Yeah.
Not really, but I guess just like also involved with necessities. Yeah, yeah, it's they will see some of the edge cases that we didn't really think about.
Also, questions on concretely, like what all the relevant details are. When you're talking about in theory, you think of the first three aspects of it.
For example, the list of combination, it's okay. We can do that. Spec doesn't say anything about it. Okay, let's do that. But then instead of the delay or acceleration comes again. Now, is the delay really the best decision maker in terms of what the subscriber should see? If you are watching a football game, you don't want to miss the goal, for example, right? I mean, I prefer stall and just place back from the competition. In your conference, maybe it's okay. Should we let the provider make the decision, or should we maybe send it live, or I prefer stall versus strip, versus photo stall. Here. I don't see anybody else in the website.
Yeah, this was specifically designed so that this space could be used for events. Being kind of isolated across the offices, so through the other doors the other way, so the whole thing could go desks and, conference rooms and I'm not sure what other kinds. There are definitely a number of engineers here.
I don't know, Lucas will be here.
He was here, Tuesday.
I know that he doesn't live in London.
Every time that there's something
Fly back.
Sunday. Tomorrow, we're going to go visit, who's a researcher working on that,
So, I help our friend. I'm here over the weekend. I'm very wonderful.
This is that.
Yes. There is something to I have some of my students actually working in here 11. The sunset is too late. It's just. You want to go to bed,
The sun sets when I'm used to. I'm at the western edge of the eastern time zone.
Okay.
So it's almost the same time. Yeah, it's it's the sunrise.
Yes, generally, you need to sunrise.
Yeah.
So you think that we are related to meeting, it's like 4 a.m.